For me, your man, Louie T. Welcome to the Command Post. You know what it is. Post up and take command. I, of course, am your commander-in-chief, Louie T. Thank you for joining me. Oh, man. This is going to get juicy tonight. The schedule has been released. We know exactly what we're dealing with now. I've got so much to talk about in regards to this schedule. So I think that tonight's going to be a very spirited debate because so many of you are going to, and I'm guilty. I'm not going to lie to you. I hate playing the schedule game, but you can't help but look at this schedule and think, why can't we win double-digit games this year if this team is any good? If Carson Wentz is any good, if we stay relatively healthy. There are a lot of ifs, and I don't like to use the word if because the wise man once told me, if my head was turned backwards, I could see forwards. If is the biggest two-letter word in the English language. So there's a lot of ifs. There's a lot of contingencies when talking about this team and talking about what they could possibly do. A lot of ifs. But, okay, I got a conjunction for you, okay? But if some of these ifs come to fruition, this is a very, very doable schedule, okay? There's reason for excitement. And I don't like to spike the Kool-Aid, okay? Because I know a lot of you are going to drink. I don't like to spike it, but I'm not going to lie to you. I'm going to be pouring a little something in the Kool-Aid tonight, okay? Sip slow. I always tell you, no matter what, whether I'm the one serving the Kool-Aid up, whether I've spiked it or whether I'm telling you somebody else has spiked it, I always tell you, whatever the case may be, sip slow. Never guzzle, okay? Don't guzzle your first cup and say, oh my God, this is delicious, and go back and get a whole nother cup. That's how you get drunk. That's how you got drunk off of Ryan Fitzpatrick last year and thought this team was going to win 11, 12 games. Don't get drunk. Friends know when to say when. I always tell you guys when, which is now. Take sips slow, okay? Nothing wrong with having a cup in your hand, a red Solo cup in your hand, and just enjoying the vibe and taking slow sips. Somebody might come over and say, man, you babysitting that drink. You're damn right. This team has taught me to babysit my beverage, okay? You won't catch me over in the corner plastered because I've drunk too much of the Kool-Aid. Whether the national media has spiked it like they did last year, whether you've spiked it yourself with your own little flask that you have in your pocket, you get the cup and then you pour it in your cup and then you take a nice sip and you go, oh man, this is great. And you guzzle it and you go get some more. Or I spike it. Sometimes I spike it unintentionally. What I'm telling you, I may spike it tonight. I may spike the punch tonight because I've looked at this schedule. You've had a chance to look at it, which is why I pushed this show back to 9:30 tonight, because I wanted to give you a chance to digest this schedule. Take a look at it and see what it entails. And I must say, boy, oh boy, the schedule makers did us. Last year, they screwed us. They effed us. I mean, right in the rectum, right in the anus, okay? A big F you to the Washington football team last year. This new iteration, they said, you got a new name, okay? You're the Commanders. We like it, so we like you. We're going to do you a huge solid this year because they blessed us. This schedule is, and some of it has to do with the fact that we just weren't very good last year, and we just happened to be playing some of the worst divisions in football, so everything kind of lines up perfectly for the good guys. However, they still could have gave us some stinky schedule with a bunch of crazy games and, ridiculous situations, 3 out of 4 on the road, something crazy. Like, we don't have very many stretches like that on the schedule. Okay. As a matter of fact, that's where I want to start tonight. Okay. As we take a massive deep dive, I'm talking about in the deep end. If you can't swim, grab your life jacket because we're jumping into the deep end of this schedule and we are going ham. All right. So we're going to dissect this thing every way imaginable. And by the time we're done with this schedule, you will have no questions about what about this? What about that? everything will be answered and there will be clarity. Okay. There will be clarity, as much clarity as you can get on May 12th. Okay. We don't know if they're going to win or lose these games. We don't know if we're going to be good or bad. We don't know if Carson Wentz is going to stink, if he's going to play 17 games, 18 games, he's going to stay healthy, whatever the case may be. We don't know any of that. But we will have some sort of clarity on May 12th, as much as you can possibly have on May 12th after tonight's show. So let's dig in. Let's jump into this schedule because this thing is tasty. This thing is finger licking good. Okay. I felt like Colonel Sanders must have been around because it felt like KFC, we do chicken right. Let's get to this schedule, man. All right. So the first thing that jumped up, and normally the first thing I look for is primetime games. That's not what caught my eye when I looked at this schedule for the very first time. Okay. The very first thing that jumped out at me was the color of this schedule, because generally speaking, an NFL schedule is littered with back-to-backs, consecutive weeks. You got 2 on the road here. You've got 3 out of 4 on the road. You've got 2 in a row at home. You've got 3 in a row at home. You've got 3 in a row on the road in certain situations when you've got a quirky schedule. You know, maybe the 3-ring circus is coming to town and they've got to borrow your stadium for a week, or some kind of big, you know, there are teams that have stadiums that are being used for other purposes. And when those, you know, items come to town and those entities come to town, they can't play their games yet. So they've got to play 2 or 3 on the road just to give those, you know, entities a chance to use the facilities, and then they come back home. This schedule reads like a how-to manual to have a successful season. Okay. So the first thing I noticed is, wow, this thing is blinking, flashing lights. Yellow, then white, yellow, then white, yellow, then white, yellow, then white. So the first time we see consecutive anything, consecutive road, consecutive home, isn't until week 10 and 11. Weeks 10 and 11 are the very first time we play consecutive anything. It's 2 road games in a row, okay? So that's the one stretch of the season where we've got 3 out of 4 on the road. It's the only stretch of the season where we've got 2 consecutive road games. Every other stretch on the schedule is home, then away, home, then away, home, then away. Weeks 10 and 11, 2 road games in a row, at Philadelphia, then at Houston, okay? Then the final 2 games of the season are at home. That's the only stretch where we've got 2 consecutive home games. So you've got 3 out of 4 at home to finish up. Last year, we had it in reverse. We played a bunch of road games to finish up the season, okay? Played like our last 4 out of 5 on the road, or, you know, 3 out of 4 on the road, okay? It was rough. You were at Philadelphia. You were then home for what was it? It was at Philadelphia, at Dallas, home for the Giants, and before that it was because it was 5 straight in the division. It was home for Dallas, at Philadelphia, home for Dallas, at Philadelphia, home for Dallas, and then I'm missing something. What am I missing? It was 2 Dallas, 2 Eagles. So it was home for Dallas, at Philadelphia, home for, or at Dallas. So it was home for Dallas, at Philadelphia, home for Dallas, home for Philadelphia, and then at the Giants was the last stretch. So it wasn't actually that bad. It was 2 and 2, home and away. But anyway, I digress. This schedule is awesome in that regard. You don't have consecutive road games, but one time on the schedule. So there's a 3 out of 4 stretch, weeks 8 through 11, where you played 3 road games, 1 home game, but the 2 back-to-backs, that's it. Okay. And, you know, one is on a Monday. It's a quick turnaround. You know, you would prefer that if you had a back-to-back roadie, it wouldn't be the 1 week where you play on Monday Night Football. against the Eagles and then have to turn around short, week, and you have fly to Houston to play the Texans, but doesn't matter. That's your only back-to-back road situation of the season. And then again, weeks 17 and 18, Cleveland, and then home for Dallas, your only 2 consecutive home games of the season. So that was the first thing that jumped out at me. So the next thing that I looked at, of course, is the thing that I usually look at first. The color of the schedule jumped out at me, and I couldn't help but notice that, wow, we play home, away, home, away, home, away. The first thing I usually look at is primetime games. How many do we have? My prediction was 3. We were going to get 3. So we got 2 primetime games. One was very predictable. Who didn't see the at Philadelphia on a Monday night, as one of our primetime? You're like, you knew you were getting the Carson Wentz game. The only problem with that game is that week 10 might be too late. Who knows what could happen by week 10? That should have been a week 4 or 5 contest. Get it out of the way when more likely than not, he's healthy. The teams are still good and they're playing competitive football. Who knows? The Eagles could stink. We could stink by then. Carson Wentz could be banged up. Knock on some wood here. Anything could happen. The link will be there. The Eagles will be there. So those are guarantees. Carson Wentz and this team might not be good, or he might not be there by the time we get to week 10, but who didn't see that one coming? But the first primetime game is a Thursday nighter, week 6 at Chicago. So neither one of our primetime games to this point are at home. They're both on the road at Chicago, okay, at Soldier Field, week 6 on a Thursday night, October 13th. Okay, we will be taking on the Chicago Bears. Very, very winnable football game. Second-year quarterback Justin Fields, brand new head coach. A lot of moving parts in Chicago. They didn't do a lot on offense to help Justin Fields. That's going to be an interesting game. They're going to be good defensively because they've got a defensive-minded head coach, and they've got some defensive pieces that, I think can actually allow them to be solid. That said, that's a very winnable game. And then, of course, the Eagles on the road, week 10. Of all the road games in the division, that's the one I fear the least. I don't like going to Dallas. We don't have a lot of success there. It's been a house of horrors really of late, other than Thanksgiving in 2021, or excuse me, in 2020. And then the Giants, we've had some success there recently since they've gotten a new stadium, but it's still tough for us to go to New York and win. It hasn't been an ideal situation for us. The Eagles in Philadelphia, even if we're not winning some of those games, a lot of those games, whatever the case may be, I don't fear going to Philadelphia. It's the one place in the division on the road that I feel comfortable. Like, hey, we can go in there and win. Now, we don't often do it, okay? That's not something we do on a regular, but every time we go in there, I think we can win. There are most years where I'm like, we're not beating Dallas in Dallas. And a lot of times I'm like, I'm not really looking forward to the Giants game. The Eagles one is the one I'm always looking at and saying, hey, if there's one team in the division on the road that I'm not afraid to go into their building and think we can come out with a victory, it's Philadelphia. So that's going to be a hell of a game. It's going to be built up. Carson Wentz returning to Philadelphia. There will be a lot of emotions. He will get the draws booed off of him in that game, and it's going to be up to him to go out there, quiet the noise, and go out and just play his game. Not try to do too much, not try to show Philadelphia what they're missing and what they messed up by, how they messed up by allowing him to leave, by trading him, or, he wanted out anyway. But, it's up to us as a team to go in there, rally around Carson. He's going to want it bad and help him get that one. So those are the 2 primetime games. But the NFL said, hey, we're going to leave a couple of dates open just in case you're good. And these could turn out to be primetimers for you, okay? You'll determine if they're primetime games or not. And it helps if the opponent is good as well. But week 15 is a December 17th/18 contest, meaning that could either be Sunday, December 18th, which is a regular game, just like everybody else. You're playing a Sunday slate game, and there's nothing to talk about. Or you could be playing a December 17th game, which is a Saturday, okay, the Saturday before Christmas, and you could be playing a primetime game essentially because you will be the only contest on at that time Probably more likely than not the 4:30 game. I don't think they'll put us on at night to cap it off, but it could be the nighttime game. Whatever the case may be, I would view that as a primetime game, whether it's 4:30 or it's 8:15 on that Saturday, because I think last year they actually gave us a triple header. So it could be 3 games. It might just be 2, usually on that Saturday, the first Saturday when they can start having those flex games. They usually give us 2. So we'll see. That date is open. Okay, it was open for us, if I'm not mistaken, last year, and we stunk, and so they moved that game back to its original time slot. I might have been 2 years ago that it was like that with the Titans, and we ended up playing on that Saturday, or 3 years ago. And then January 7th and 8th, which is week 18, the finale of the season, home for the Dallas Cowboys. You'd like to think that that game's going to mean something, whether it's for the division, whether it's for a wild card spot, whether something you feel like is going to be on the line, because that's generally how seasons end when Dallas is at the end of the schedule at the crib. Generally speaking, something's on the line, right? They've left that great game open as well as a potential Saturday, Sunday contest. Again, if it's on Sunday, it could be flex to Sunday Night Football, the final game of the season, like we did with the Eagles, in 2020. So that's a possibility. Or it could be January 7th on a Saturday, which, again, still prime time. So that game has prime time potential in that final week 18 slot. So I find that very interesting as well. So this schedule has 2 guaranteed primetime games with a possibility to get to 4. Okay. So the league is pretty much putting it in our hands to say, hey, if you're trash, it'll stay 2. If you're good, hey, maybe you'll get 3. Maybe it'll be 4. Who knows? You hold up your end of the bargain. We'll see what the other team that you're playing is doing, and we'll determine if that's a good look for the league or not. So if we take care of business, we could have 4 primetime games. Probably no worse than 3, because that Dallas game in week 18, more likely than not, is going to be flexed into prime time, whether it's Saturday or Sunday as the final game of the season, depending on where both teams are and what is at stake in that football game. So 4 primetime games is the max. 2 is the bare minimum for this team. I think it ends up being 3, as I predicted before the schedule came out, but we will see. So week 18, just talked about that. That game could be flexed. They've left it open. Same thing with the Giants game in week number 15. Something else that I noticed right away is that I saw the Eagles, and we're going to talk about all the division games here in a second. I saw the Eagles, I saw the Cowboys. I'm like, okay, where's the Giants? Well, this is the second time in the last 3 seasons. If you recall, in 2020, we played the Giants in consecutive games, not consecutive weeks, because there was a bye week in between. But if you recall, we played, I'm telling a story. We played the Giants 2 times in 4 weeks, but it was a bye week in there. So we played the Giants in, I want to say it was week 6, and we lost. We should have won that game. We lost that game, and that was the game where Kyle Allen comes in. I think he had started the week prior against the Rams, got banged up. It was a terrible game. Alex Smith ended up finishing the game. Kyle Allen comes back the next week. We go on the road to New York. We hang in. Cam Sims with a big catch late in that ball game. After Kyle Allen, who had the offense on the move to take the lead, fumbles after Wes Schweitzer and Chase Roullier have a miscommunication on a simple twist. No one picks up a blitzer right up the A-gap. And voila, football comes popping out. Kyle Allen, being spectacularly special, fumbles the football. It's scooped up by a Giant linebacker, I believe, and taken to the crib. They take the lead by 6. And then we have an opportunity, they take the lead by 7, 20-13. We have a chance. Kyle Allen takes us right down the field, throws a beautiful ball back in the end zone to Cam Sims. Great catch. We go for 2. We don't get it. We lose the game 20-19. All right. The next week we play Dallas. We're 1-5. We beat the Cowboys, beat them up pretty good too. Hurt Andy Dalton. That was the game where, John Bostic got ejected and for the helmet-to-helmet hit on Andy Dalton. But we ran them out of the building. They brought in JMU, smoked his ass, won that game pretty comfortably. I think that score was something like 23 to 6 or something like that. 26 to 6 or something like that. It was a pretty dominant performance by Washington. So then I think it was 22 to 7, as a matter of fact, something along those lines. And then we went on our bye week, and we were like, oh, we're looking at the Giants like food. We come out of the bye week, and that was the game. It started off with that crazy ass fumble Ruski, where we get a stop against the Giants. I think they go for it on 4th down. We stop them. We get the football, and we get a nice catch and run by, I want to say it was Logan Thomas. Ball gets poked out, and like 18 Washington players and 19 Giant players have a chance to get it. They kick that thing all the way down inside the Giants, like 10-yard line. Logan Thomas has a chance to just fall on it. Hell, worst case scenario, knock it out of bounds. It's Washington's football. He dead legs it as he's trying to pick it up. He doesn't pick it up, and the Giants recover, and it's like everything just went downhill from there. We were down big in that game, like 20-0 at halftime. We rallied back. Terry has a big second half, including a catch and run on like a 50 or 60-some yard, catch and run for a touchdown. We rally all the way back to 20-14 before, fizzling out and losing that football game. I think that score ended up being something like 20 to 14, something like that. Another heartbreaker to the Giants. But this reminds me of that scenario. It's not quite the same. Giants are our opponent twice, though, in a row. So we play the Giants right before the bye week in week number 14 or 13, and then we play the Giants right after the bye. We have a week 14 bye. Let's talk about that for a second, and we'll come back to this, and then we'll talk about the divisional game. So that's a late-ass bye, okay? It's really reminiscent of what the Eagles had last season. The Eagles had a super late bye, like one of the latest byes you can get. I think the players prefer it this way, where you get the bye week late in the season, allows you to recharge the battery for the stretch run. But that's a lot of football. Keep in mind, I think most players would prefer the bye week to be somewhere around week 6, 7, because you got to think about it. Once training camp starts, there are no breaks. You're back to work without any real time off. And training camp starts late July. So if you think about it from that perspective, you're probably looking at 1 week in July, the entire month of August, the entire month of September, so that's essentially 2.5 months. You're like, okay, I could use a break now. And then you would have 2.5 months essentially to finish up the season. If you split it up like that, where your bye week was, late October, early November. Well, our bye week isn't until mid-December, okay? December 11th, the week of the 11th. So they're going to be playing football and practice from camp in July to August, September, October, November. They're going to be playing football pretty much for 4 months consecutively before they get any real time off. So we're going to be all kinds of battered and bruised going into that week 14 bye week. But it could be a godsend if we're any good. It could be a chance to lick your wounds, hit the reset button, and finish this thing up strong. And in that stretch, you've got 2 games within the division, Giants at home, Cowboys at home. And you've got a conference game against the 49ers. Don't know how good they'll be, but it'll be the Trey Lance show more likely than not this season. We'll see if Jimmy Garoppolo gets dealt before the season starts. If he does not, and, an injury to a quarterback could facilitate a trade where someone gets desperate and Jimmy Garoppolo is the answer. But if not, and he's on the roster and Trey Lance stinks or he gets injured, Jimmy Garoppolo could be in the lineup by then. It doesn't matter. We're going to have an opportunity to take on the 49ers, another intra-conference game. So 3 out of your final 4 games are conference games that are going to count big towards Washington potentially getting into the postseason. And then Deshaun Watson and company, you were hoping if he got suspended, maybe we can take advantage of him not being in the lineup the first 3 or 4 weeks. Nope, we get them week 17. He will definitely be in a lineup if he's healthy. So no running from Deshaun Watson. We will see him in week 17. That'll be at home, and that'll be an interesting contest there. But that's a very late bye. I would imagine week 14 is as late of a bye as you can get, because usually week 12 is Thanksgiving, right? And then in the past, the final bye week was the week after Thanksgiving. Nobody had a later bye week than week 13. Well, now that they've added on the extra week to the schedule in the extra game, now the bye weeks have been pushed out a week further. So now week 14 is the latest you can have a bye. We've got the latest bye. I'd rather have the bye late than to have the bye early. That's just my preference. Players probably prefer to have the bye week early rather than to have it so late. I prefer it to be late, okay? Because if we're good, we're going to need the break. If we stink, I'm going to need a break from the team, okay? So it'll be nice to have a week where I don't have to worry about watching this team because they stink. I get to watch other football games and just be comfortable and relaxed late in the season and start to prepare my mind for playoff ball, which we won't be a part of. If we're good, I'm going to be scanning the landscape saying, hey, we're getting a chance to recharge the battery, maybe get a couple of guys to get a little bit healthy, get a little bit more treatment late in the season. And I'm going to be looking at some of these other teams that may be in the way as roadblocks to us potentially getting where we want to go. So either way, that bye week for me is going to be good. It's just late. You prefer that bye week, week 9, 10, somewhere in there. Week 14, whoo, it's late, but I like it. It's still great. Okay. Now back to the Giants. You play the Giants on each side of the bye, right before the bye in week 13, after the bye in week 15. That's a unique little setup there that you'll play the Giants twice in a row. It won't be twice in a row for them. I'm pretty sure their bye week isn't week 14. So they'll be playing a game in between that. But it'll be interesting to see how the Giants fare, because that could be a stretch that really propels Washington down the stretch. You know, you look at Atlanta at home, that's a winnable football game. And we'll get into the meat and potatoes of this schedule and start talking about stretches of games and where you can start to take advantage of things here shortly. But you know, let's talk about the entire division and where our games with divisional opponents lie as we take a look at this schedule. So the first divisional game on the schedule, as you can see, week 3 versus the Philadelphia Eagles. That is a home tilt, okay, against the Eagles. And I'm going to be honest with you, not to get ahead of myself, because we're going to talk about the schedule, but if you look at the first 3 weeks of this thing, I'm almost disappointed if we don't get off to a 3-0 start. The NFL set us up. And I said this like 3 weeks ago. I said, as a matter of fact, I said it on the Super Friends stream. I said, look, I would really prefer if the NFL gave us Jacksonville or Detroit or something like that to get us off the schneid early. Give us a chance. Nothing's guaranteed. You know, we could wet the bed week 1, Jacksonville, new coach, Doug Peterson knows us from his time in Philadelphia. And you know, Trevor Lawrence is playing out of his mind early in his second year, similar to Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert. And just like Herbert came into Washington last year, week 1, and smoked us, we can get the same thing from, you know, the number 1 overall pick a season ago. So that's not a guaranteed win. You know, don't fool yourself into thinking that that's going to be a layup, but that's a game that is there for the taking. It's not Green Bay. It's not Indianapolis. You know, it's not at Dallas. So I'm looking at those first 3 contests and I'm saying, man, they're giving us a chance, man. If we don't take advantage of it, then we deserve whatever we get this season. 7-10, 8-9, 6-11, whatever comes our way. If we don't take advantage of that opening stretch of football that includes that Eagles game at home, because again, I am not afraid of the Philadelphia Eagles. I've said this before. I'll say it again. Of all the teams in the division, they scare me the least. Okay. Why? Because their quarterback stinks. That's why. Okay. Their defense is solid. They've got some solid skill position players now with AJ Brown and, of course, Devontae Smith. You know, the tight end always kills us, whether it was Zach Ertz back in the day. Now it's Dallas Goedert. They've added another tight end in Jake Ferguson, or was that Dallas that added Jake Ferguson? That was Dallas that added Jake Ferguson, I think. But they've got a ton of talent at tight end. They've got the skill position players to hurt us. I'm not afraid of their quarterback, Jalen Hurts. I'm more afraid of Daniel Jones. Daniel Jones plays his best games against us. You go look at his career. His best performances have been against Washington, every single one of them. Even the loss that he had in week number 2 last year, when it was the shootout with Taylor Heineke on a Thursday night in a dramatic come-from-behind victory. He was outstanding in that game. He killed us. He always kills us. I'm more afraid of Daniel Jones and Dak Prescott than I am Jalen Hurts. And so because of that, I don't fear the Eagles at all whatsoever, okay? And they may very well sweep us, right? I don't care. I'm not afraid of them, right? So I'm not afraid of any team in the division. Let's get that straight. But if you're talking about the lesser of the evils, it's the Eagles, to me, from the quarterback standpoint. So the Eagles are the first division game on the schedule. Week 3, we're at home. Need to take care of business. September 25th. The very next week, we go on the road to Dallas. Week 4. So back-to-back division games early in the first quarter of the schedule. Got to take care of business, okay? I'm not saying you got to win both of those, but you need to split those games. And I'd prefer to beat the Eagles at home, but I'd take the Cowboys game. I really don't give a shit. I just need one of those games. You cannot afford to lose both of them. So those are your first 2 division games. You don't get another division contest until the Week 10 primetime Monday night game at Philadelphia. So last year, they backloaded the schedule. They didn't spread it out. This year, you get a couple early in the season. Remember, we had the Giants week 2. We didn't get another one until week 15. And we finished out the season 15, 16, 17, 18. Or excuse me, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 5 straight. This year, they're giving us 2 early. Then you get a couple in the middle. Week 10, Philadelphia, on the road, Monday Night Football, Carson Wentz going back to his old stomping grounds. Okay, that'll be a big one. That's a circle. I like to call it a Kotze game. Circle on the calendar game. Okay, Kotze. Then you get the Giants, week 13, on the road, in the Meadowlands. Okay, that's right before the bye. Then you come out of the bye week, and you finish up with the Giants and the Cowboys, okay? So the Eagles will be the first team that we complete the season series with them by getting them out of the way weeks 3 and 10. Then you get the Giants twice, as I mentioned, 2 consecutive games in a 3-week stretch, bye week in between, and then the Cowboys series will be complete. They'll be the last game of the season at home. So, I like the way that the games are set up, in the division. It's set up for success. You get 2 early. You get 1 right smack dab in the middle, week 10. You get 2 against the Giants in a row. Again, if the Giants are good, those are going to be tough. If the Giants stink, you got to take advantage of those and really use that as a springboard. If you didn't already take care of business in week 12 versus the Falcons at the crib, and maybe even going as far back as the Texans or the Eagles, maybe even the Vikings, week 9. If you're not already playing good football, I think the Falcons game, and we'll talk about this in a second, is a chance to start to turn your season around and springboard this thing to finish up strong. We'll see. Again, we don't know who's going to be good. Marcus Mariota may have one of these Ryan Tannehill second acts to his career. He may go in there and revitalize the Atlanta Falcons, and they might be playing outstanding football in 2022. Who's to say? But that's the way the divisional games fall. Then you look at, okay, so I want to talk about the stretch to start the season. I've already talked about it. I really want to reinforce it right here. You get Jacksonville week 1. Again, that's at the crib too. Like, if you can't, and again, I don't want to sleep on the Jaguars. I think Doug Peterson is the best thing that has happened to them this offseason, similar to the way I felt about the Cowboys getting their defensive coordinator last offseason, saying that's the best move anybody made in the entire division. It was the Cowboys getting a new defensive coordinator and the things that he would do with that defense. And we saw how good the Cowboys were defensively. He was the key. Dan Quinn was. I feel like the same impact could be had with Jacksonville getting Doug Peterson as their head coach. You've got talent on that offense. You've got a talented quarterback, and I think he's going to maximize what that guy is capable of. So don't sleep on Jacksonville, but I'm not asleep. But I'll be damned if that alarm is ringing and I'm not looking at it, trying to hit it and go back to sleep. We need to win that game. Same with week 2. And again, I don't think the Lions are as bad as we think. I said this already. The Lions played 8 games last season that were decided by 4 points or less. They were 1-6-1 in those games. That's how finite of a line it is in the NFL. If they were 6-1-1 in those games, they might be a playoff team. But because they were 1-6-1, they ended up being one of the worst teams in the league and ended up with the 2nd pick in the draft. That means they play tough football, hard-nosed football, and they're competitive, and they're in almost every single game. If you go to Detroit expecting them to lay down for us, you will leave Detroit with a loss. That said, they have Jared Goff at quarterback. I'm hoping Jameson Williams is not ready yet. I'm hoping that they pup list him, or he's not ready to go until week 3, and we get them without Jameson Williams. That would make it an even better matchup for us. Whatever the case may be, it's the Lions. I don't give a shit who's on the field. Find a way to go to Ford Field and win. You should be 2-0 after the first 2 weeks of the season. And then you get Philly at the crib. Very winnable game. This is the same Eagles crew that came to Washington when we were the COVID crew last season that could not field a team, and we almost beat those dudes when we had absolutely nothing to play for. You could say our season was still on life support. Our season was over. We got wrecked by the Eagles the first time after COVID wrecked our season, and we got wrecked by the Cowboys twice. But really, that first time was the one that I felt like really ended our season, because we had all of our stuff for the most part. We had some injuries, but we still had most of our stuff in that game. And after that game, we were never the same. COVID took over, injuries took over, and then we got they pushed back the game against the Eagles. They kicked our ass. Then we went to Dallas. That was the worst game of the season last year. At Dallas on a Sunday night, that was a debacle. We were fighting each other. We gave up like 42 points in the first half. It was a shit show. And then the Eagles come to town, and the season's over. We got our ass kicked the week before. The Eagles kicked our ass the week before that. The Cowboys stomped a mud hole in us, but we showed resolve and fought in that game. But our season was done. And we still came within a Taylor Heineke interception from about the 19-yard line away from beating these chumps. So at the end of the day, I'm looking at the Eagles like food. They're looking at us like food, okay? Jacksonville is looking at us like food. The Lions are saying, hey, if we can't get our shit off against Washington, it's going to be a long season. We look like food to those teams. So I'm telling you, we can't go into these games overconfident, because as I'm talking about Jacksonville looking like food, like I'm ready to attack the Jag, split them open, split their wigs, split them open, and get Jag meat. Same with the Lions. I'm looking to split their shit to the white meat shows and then split them open and start cooking up some lion meat. Same with the Eagles. I'm going to get a BB gun, pop, hit them out of the air, knock them out of the sky, scoop their ass up, and throw them in a damn pot. They looking at us the same exact way, like food. They got their napkins, their forks, their knives, and they ready to eat. They think we're a mark. So if you're going into any of these games saying, oh, we should beat this team and that team, you're sadly mistaken. But I'm telling you, this is why I told you I'm going to spike the punch tonight, okay? I'm telling you, while they're looking at us like food, they look like Thanksgiving dinner. Jacksonville, Detroit, Philadelphia, first 3 weeks of the season, I need nothing less. Really, I want 3-0. I'm going to just be honest with you. That should be 3-0. But if it's 2-1, the loss better be to Philadelphia. I would prefer it to be to like Detroit on the road, because I want the divisional win against the Eagles. But if it's 2-1, okay, fine. Then you better find a way to beat Dallas the following week. But to me, 3-0, anything else will be Uncivilized. Anything less will be uncivilized for that start of the season. 3-0. The league set us up. The league said, look, last year it was rough. We started you with the Chargers. Then we sent you to, we gave you a Thursday night game, quick turnaround against the Giants. And then we sent you to Buffalo. All right. Like, it was tough last year. And if you didn't take it, and we didn't take advantage of the Chargers. And we barely got by the Giants. If their defensive tackle doesn't jump off sides, we're 0-2 going to Buffalo, and we got our ass kicked in that game, and we knew we were going to get our ass kicked in Buffalo. That's not the case this year. They said, hey, we're giving you a chance to get your shit off week 1 and 2. We're giving you a chance to get off to a 2-0 start, heading into week 3 at home against Philadelphia with a ton of momentum. I don't know what the Eagles' first 2 games look like. I don't know if they're 2 winnable football games. I just know we've got a chance to head into that game at 2-0, riding high, playing some outstanding football, really gaining some confidence as we head into that game. We better take advantage of that shit. I'm not saying. I'm just saying. What to me is the toughest stretch of this schedule? Because really, there's not a ton of tough stretches to this schedule. I'm being honest with you. There's not a lot of stretches of this schedule that I look at and say, oh my God. Like last year, remember that murderer's row stretch we had where it was started with the Saints, right? I think Saints were week 5. Then it was Kansas City week 6. Then it was Green Bay week 7. Then it was Denver week 8. And then I think we had a bye week. And then it was Tampa week 10. Then it was Carolina, and things started to soften up. Something to that effect. I may have missed a game in there somewhere. But it was brutal. It was elite quarterback after elite quarterback after elite quarterback. Starting with Kansas City in week 6, if I'm not mistaken. It was Mahomes. Then it was Rodgers. We got a break with the Broncos, but then it was Tom Brady. You're like, yo, we got to find a way to go into that stretch of football at like no worse than 2-3, but we need to be 3-2, and that wasn't the case. So there's not a stretch of football like that on the schedule. Okay, even last year you're like, shit, we got to be playing good football going into that, and we were. We had won 4 straight going into that final stretch of the season where we had 5 straight divisional games. There's no such stretch of football. To me, the toughest stretch is week 7 through 10. That's the toughest stretch of ball that we will encounter. And you may be even able to stretch it to week 11 because it's 2 straight roadies after playing a tough, and it's going to be an emotionally charged Monday night game on the road at Philadelphia. Carson Wentz going back to Philly. That's going to be an emotional game. You got a quick turnaround on a Sunday on the road at Houston. That could be considered a tough game and a trap game for us as well. So you could even, if you wanted to, stretch this out to week 11. I'm going to cut it off at 10. Weeks 7 through 10, you're home for Green Bay. I don't think this is the same Green Bay Packers team we've seen the last 3-4 years where they've been in the NFC Championship game every single year. Last year, they were the number 1 seed and lost to the 49ers in the divisional round, but they were one of the best teams in football. And I told you, I felt like they were a house of cards last year. And Packers fans argued with me and said, we're going to get Jair Alexander back. I said, it's not your defense I'm worried about. It's your offense. And it proved to be true. But I don't see them being the same iteration. They might even be better. Who's to say? All right. I don't think that's going to be the case. I would have preferred to got Aaron Rodgers a little bit earlier when he's still trying to gel and mesh with these new weapons that he's going to be throwing the football to. That said, we get him in week 7 at home. That's a winnable football game. I thought we played one of our better defensive performances against Green Bay on the road last year, and we got into the red zone, I think 5 times against them, and we came up 0 for 5. We couldn't make a field goal. We had the Taylor Heineke fumble play, or his knee was down and took away a touchdown. We went for it on 4th down on a quarterback sneak. He got denied. He threw an interception in the end zone. It was a house of horrors in the red zone, but we moved the football up and down the field against them. The defense, I thought, really had a game plan for Aaron Rodgers and Devontae Adams and company, and we really put the clamps down on them, and we just couldn't score. I like that matchup, but it's going to be tough. It's Aaron freaking Rodgers. It's the bad man, okay? In the flesh. That's the start of this tough stretch. Home for Green Bay, At Indianapolis, another emotionally charged game for Carson Wentz and this football team on the road at Indy. It will be a America's game of the week. Okay, so what that means essentially is we're going to be the spotlight game for either CBS or Fox, meaning we'll get the A team, whether it's I think now Fox, they're waiting on Tom Brady to get that number one chair. I guess it's going to be Greg Olson and Kevin Burkhardt who will be doing the A-list games for Fox now. Used to be Troy Aikman and Joe Buck. They're now on ESPN doing Monday Night Football. But you're going to either get their A team on Fox at 4:25, America's Game of the Week, or you're going to get CBS's A team of Tony Romo and Jim Nantz. Either way, that's going to be a marquee matchup in Week 8 as Wentz goes back to Indianapolis. As you can see on the schedule, it's the only 4 o'clock game that isn't a West Coast game. We've got one on the road at San Francisco late in the season, 4:05, because it's a West Coast game. That's a Midwest game that could be played at 1 o'clock, but it's not. They pushed it to 4:25 because they want that to be on the big stage. Not a primetime game, but the next best thing. So that's going to be a tough game. Indianapolis is good every year, and they got Matt Ryan. So a lot of people think that's not that big of a drop-off, if a drop-off at all. Could even be an upgrade, depending on who you ask. They're going to be good defensively. They're going to have Jonathan Taylor. We better be ready to stop the run. That's going to be a tough game. Easily a game we could go on the road and lose. So 2 games in a row against playoff teams. Well, the Colts didn't make the playoffs, but they looked like a playoff team last year. 2 tough games in a row. Then you go Week 9, Kirk Cousins returns to Washington. The prodigal son returns home. Okay? Feels like he should have already been back home once already. We played him on a Thursday night, if you recall, when we were absolutely horrid in 2019. That was Dwayne Haskins getting in the second half. Case Keenum gets injured. Haskins has to go in. Remember, there was this big debacle when he came in earlier in the season versus the Giants. Didn't know the plays. It was a shit show. He plays for the second time. Still doesn't know the plays. We had to call a timeout. Adrian Peterson approaches him after the game, says, "Kid, you better get your ass in gear and get your head in the playbook." Okay. It was embarrassing. We really couldn't score in that game. I think the score might have been something like, and as bad as we played, we were in that game until the very end. They finally put us out of our misery late, but I think that score might have ended up being something like, 13-3, 16-3, something like that. Either way, we've seen Kirk, just haven't seen him in Washington. I don't know how much disdain is there for him or contempt or anything. It'll be interesting to see nonetheless. The Vikings are going to be a better team this year. I firmly believe that. New head coach, a guy that knows us, somewhat well, and Kevin O'Connell doesn't know this iteration of the Washington Commanders, being that he wasn't here with Ron Rivera, but it'll be something for him too. A guy that was here for a number of years. That's going to be an interesting game. Don't know how good the Vikings are going to be. I don't think they're going to stink. That's going to be a tough game at the crib, week number 9. And then again, the week 10 matchup on the road, Monday Night Football, Carson Wentz returning to the link against the Eagles. So to me, that's the toughest stretch of football on the schedule for Washington. And you could even extend it out a week or two. If you think the Tennessee game should be included in this stretch, and then Chicago on a Thursday night, quick turnaround, sure, knock yourself out. I wouldn't mind you extending. I mean, really, you could start it with the Eagles game in week 3 and go all the way to week 10, but that's too far, because I look at the Eagles game and look at the Dallas game in week 4 as winnable games. In the division, family business. We know those teams. The Titans game, that's going to be an interesting game. I want to see how Ryan Tannehill, rebounds and bounce back from that awful playoff game that he said he had to go to counseling to overcome because he was in a deep, dark place after his 3-interception game that really cost the Tennessee Titans in the playoffs after being the number 1 seed in the AFC. I don't know what iteration of the Titans we're going to get. I know we're going to get a heavy dose of Derrick Henry, which will prepare us for the heavy dose of Jonathan Taylor that we'll get in week number 8. But to me, I think the start of this tough stretch is week 7 with the Packers at the crib, and it ends with the Philadelphia Eagles week number 10. So then I look at the overall totality of the schedule. We've already talked about the Colts game being America's game of the week. This is a very, very doable schedule, guys. I mean, I don't know how else to say this. Like, This is the best case scenario schedule-wise. It's a great blend of teams that are very beatable. And again, we're assuming that these teams aren't going to be good. We have no idea. Jacksonville could be 11-6 this year. Okay? We have no idea how good Jacksonville is going to be. We have no idea how good Detroit's going to be, nor Chicago, or Minnesota, or Atlanta. All of these teams that look like food because they were terrible last year, we have no idea how good or bad any of these teams are going to be. The Eagles could be really good. The Eagles could be really trash. The Giants could be really good. The Giants could be really trash. We don't know. Same for the Cowboys. We have no clue what is going to happen, which is why playing the schedule game in May is an exercise in futility. However, for the sake of saying, and for the sake of entertainment purposes, we're going to play the schedule game, okay? You can't ask for a better collection of games, teams to play, the schedule being laid out the way that it is without any real stress or strain on you. Yeah, the week 14 bye is a little excessive. Fine. This is a great schedule that we should be able to take advantage of if we can play the kind of football that this team and this roster is set up to play and stay relatively healthy. Let's go through this schedule. Week 1, Jacksonville. I've already said you need to come out of the blocks, guns a-blazing. I'm talking about bow, 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 bow. I'm talking about letting off rounds. Empty the clip. Weeks 1 through 3, empty the clip. I need to be 3-0 right out of the blocks. I'm looking at Jacksonville, food. I'm looking at Detroit on the road, food. I'm looking at the Philadelphia Eagles at the crib, food. I wanted the Eagles first in the division. I said that. We got it. I asked for them 2 years ago, week 1, and I guaranteed victory. I'm doing it again week 3. I'm looking at the Eagles like food. Let's go eat. Dallas week 4, another discussion, okay? That's probably a loss. I'm going to keep it a buck with you. We could go into Dallas and beat them. But we haven't beaten Dak Prescott in Dallas in his career. If he's healthy, it's going to be tough. I'm just going to keep it on. I'm just going to keep it a buck and some change with you. We don't play well in Dallas versus Dak Prescott. I don't even know if we've even been close to beating him at home. And I'm talking final score. There have been games that have been competitive down the stretch. There was a Thanksgiving game, a couple years ago. Not a couple years ago. That was 2016. Thanksgiving. Jordan Reed went off. It was back and forth. Dustin Hopkins missed a couple of field goals. We had opportunities. We made too many mistakes. We lost the football game. But they ended up running away and hiding with that game. I don't think we're going to beat the Cowboys in Dallas if Dak Prescott's healthy. I hope I'm wrong. I'm going to say that's a loss. That's 3-1. The Titans at the crib. That's going to be a tough game. The Titans are well coached. They don't beat themselves. They play a ton of good football. That's a winnable game, though. And I don't respect Ryan Tannehill. I don't. And I think now that they've drafted Malik Willis, it could put a battery in his back. It could turn him into a maniac, and he could come out and play exceptional football. Or the pressure could start to mount. The man told you that he went to counseling. He was in a deep, dark depression, in a very dark place. After he played, he showed his ass in that playoff game. Okay? He did not act with class. He showed his ass. And boy, did it stink. I don't know what Ryan Tannehill we're getting. I sure as hell would like to find out, though. I would really love to shut Derrick Henry ass down and force Ryan Tannehill without A.J. Brown. With Treylon Burks as a rookie, I would love to get in Ryan Tannehill's ass. Pause. That's a winnable game. 4-1. The Bears. And if you want to play it safe, give us a loss against Tennessee. I don't mind, okay? We're not losing to Chicago on the road on a Thursday night. I'm sorry. Justin Fields and that offense stinks. They're trash. And they went and hired a defensive-minded coach. And they gave him no weapons, 0 weapons. They drafted Velus Jones. I like him as a return guy and an offensive weapon, but that can't be your highlight of your offseason. They gave him nothing to work with. He lost Allen Robinson, and they didn't even replace him. They lost Allen Robinson, and they gave him Cordero Patterson. That's what Velus Jones Jr. is. We should win that football game. Take a young quarterback and have his head spinning. Jack, this one's for you. This is a Jack Del Rio game. Take a young quarterback, put his dick in the dirt. We need to go to Chicago and win. So right now, we're 5-1. Okay? I'm playing a schedule game. We're 5-1. We could be 4-2. We could lose to Tennessee. Okay? And if you got us losing to Tennessee, I'll listen to that. Okay? Green Bay at the crib. I was afraid of Green Bay last year. Oh, shit, we got to go to Lambeau, Aaron Rodgers, Devontae Adams, Aaron Jones. Oh, man, this is going to be terrible. We went in there, and we went toe-to-toe with those boys. Now, look, we lost the game, and there are no moral victories here. I don't want your damn juice box. I don't want your gold star. I don't want your little gold medal, your bronze medal, and I don't want you to pat me on my back and say, hey, great job hanging in there with the Packers. I don't care about that. But I did take notes. I did look at that Packers team and say, if we have to play them again and they look anything like they did today, we can beat them. That's how I feel. Now, again, different Packers team. No Devontae Adams. Maybe he, has other weapons and guys step up, and they're even better now than they were before. Who's to say? But if they look anything like the Packers we saw last year at Lambeau, we're going to win that game. Now, again, just like the Tennessee game, I like these tough matchups at the crib. Now, again, are Titans fans going to show up? That's just a hop, skip, and a jump. Get in your car. You can take over FedEx if you want. So maybe the Titans fans will come in and infiltrate the stadium and take the shit over. Maybe Packers fans travel just like Steelers fans and Cowboys fans like no other. Okay? Packers fans are going to come and take over our stadium. There will be a lot of green and a lot of yellow in the stadium in week 7. That said, that's a winnable football game. And I'm giving us a win. Am I crazy? I told you I was spiking the punch tonight. I warned you. Okay? That's 6-1. You're at Indy, week number 8. All right? On the road, Carson Wentz returning back to the scene of the crime where he was emasculated, where he was made to be a bad guy, a bad teammate. He had to go. He's unvaccinated. Ooh, the big bad Carson has to go. He wants revenge. Revenge, revenge, revenge. There is no dish that is better served cold than revenge. And I think Carson has some cold-blooded revenge waiting on these boys. However, are we going to be able to stop Jonathan Taylor? Are we going to be able to stop play action fake? Are we going to be disciplined enough to do the things that are necessary to go on the road and be the Indianapolis Colts team that is going to be well coached, that won't beat themselves more likely than not? And they've beaten themselves in the past, but now they've got Matt Ryan. He probably is going to take care of the damn football. He carved I don't know if you remember, Matt Ryan had a shoelace, a piece of Bazooka Joe gum, and a paper clip last year to work with, and he dug in our ass in week 4 and almost beat us. If their offensive coordinator doesn't bitch up on us, on them, I should say, on the final offensive possession for Atlanta, the meaningful one, when they could have put the game away, and instead of them throwing the football because Matt Ryan was carving our bitch ass up on third down, instead they ran the football, gave us a chance, or they threw like a little screen, something simple that allowed us to get off the field, and then we beat them. Matt Ryan's still fully capable. So I don't like that spot for us. As much as I want Carson to go in there and kick their ass, kick their teeth in. If you ask me to trade, the Tennessee game for the Colts game, I'd trade it. Give me the Tennessee game because I want to kick their damn teeth in the back of their throats for how they treated Carson on the way out. Still talking about the man to this day. But I don't know if we go in there and win. Last time we went to Indy, it didn't end well for the good guys. I think we're going to lose that game. So we're 6-2, home for the Minnesota Vikings. This is a tough one. I went back and forth on this one because I look at this Vikings offense and I say, if they're healthy, I want no parts of Justin Jefferson or Adam Thielen. If Irv Smith Jr. is back, we got tight end problems around these parts. Okay, I don't know. Last time you checked, we still got tight end problems. Dalvin Cook's no slouch. They got some shit, man. That one makes me nervous. I could easily see Kirk coming in here, throwing for 347, 3 touches, no INTs, and those boys scoring 31 points, and we only scored, 20 and lose that game. But I could also see us getting the Kirks, slowing down Dalvin Cook, forcing Kirk to have to beat us, and us getting the Kirk a little bit, rattling his cage a little bit, and I could see us winning that football game. It could go either way, man. This is a tough one. I'm not going to lie to you. I think we're going to win that game, but man, I could see us losing that game too. I mean, when's the last time we've been 6-2 anyway? Right? Like, we know good and well we're not, after that first 8 games, we're not going to be 6-2 because that's just not what we do. We're going to find a way to flub up the first 3 games of the season. We're probably going to end up 2-1, maybe even 1-2 because that's the shit that we do. We're probably not going to beat the Titans. I think we can beat the Titans. We're probably not going to beat the Packers. I think we can beat the Packers. I wouldn't be shocked if we go to Chicago and soil ourselves. Absolutely wet the damn bed and lose that game. Anything's possible with this team and this organization. You guys know that. I don't have to tell you that. This is why I told you guys in advance I'm spiking the punch tonight. Sip slow. We're going to beat the Vikings, man. They can't come to FedEx and win. They don't play well here. I think the last 2 or 3 times they've come here, we've beat them. And we don't play well there. So in the last 2 or 3 times we've been, maybe 4 or 5 times we've been to Minnesota, we've lost there. So I think that trend continues. I'll take the win there. The following week, Monday Night Football, big one for Carson. He's already dropped one against a former team. He wants this one bad. And we're going to get it for him. We're going to get it for him. We're going to sweep the Eagles. All right. They're due for a sweep. They got us last year. We got them the year before. I see us taking care of business in that game. Now, again, the week 3 and 10 matchups are going to be totally different because week 3, early in the season, Eagles may still be searching for an identity. We may be still searching for an identity. Who knows what that week 3 match was. Week 10, we'll know who we are. They'll know who they are. The injury situation will be totally different. There'll be a lot of factors that will change the way that week 10 matchup looks from the week 3 matchup. That said, if we're relatively healthy, if we're locked in, if we understand who we are as a football team, I don't see why we can't go to Philadelphia and beat the Eagles on a Monday night. That's just the way I see it. There's always some kind of catastrophe that aids the Eagles in beating us when we play them in these types of spots. Obviously last year COVID aided them. We started Garrett Gilbert. All right. We started Garrett Gilbert and we had a lead 10-0 with Garrett Gilbert at quarterback. And we had an opportunity for another touchdown and we dropped it. It could have been 14 or 17-0, whatever it was. I think it would have been 14. We ended up getting a field goal on that possession. But we had a chance to make it 14-0 right out of the gates with a shell of a football team. Again, I'm not afraid to go to Philly. The year before that, we all know it was that week 17 disaster of a football game. We weren't good, but they were even worse. They pulled Jalen Hurts out of the game, inserted Nate Sudfeld. The rest is history. We were going to win that game. Jalen Hurts was absolutely awful in that game. We were going to win anyway. The year before that, if I'm not mistaken, that's the Colt McCoy was Goat McCoy after, having all the injuries that season, and we were trying to turn our season around. And, that might have been 18. Thinking about it, that was the last chance for Jay Gruden with Alex Smith getting injured. And yeah, it was 18. 19, we were horrible. We sucked, period. End of discussion. 18 was the year where we had a chance and Colt McCoy breaks his foot on the first possession of the game. We would have beat them. We would have beaten them. And we had to play dirty Ches. And Adrian Peterson rips off a 91-yard touchdown run, if you recall. And we were up in that game. And because Dirty Ches was playing and he stunk, we had no chance. And that's the only reason they beat us in that game. Every time we play the Eagles in Philadelphia, it seems like disaster strikes. And that's how they beat us. If not, then we beat them. Hell, you could even go all the way. 2019, if you want to go to 2019, we didn't know we sucked when we played the Eagles in week 1. We jumped out of the gates. Every time we play the Eagles in Philadelphia, we jump out of the gates and jump on those boys early. Remember, Terry has the big touchdown grab. And then Vernon Davis had the big touchdown grab. He catches it, jumps over a dude, and runs. And I want to say it was 21-3 at halftime, 21-10. And then Deshaun Jackson had a big touchdown right before half to make it like 21-10. Then he had another one after halftime. We pissed that lead away, pretty much, is what I'm telling you. But we had a chance. If Case Keenum could throw, Terry McLaurin had another touchdown in the third quarter that would have settled us down because we were free falling, and the Eagles had all the momentum. Terry's open by 6 yards, and he overshoots him. That was his first game in the NFL. He catches that. It's a touchdown. We probably win that game. If, could have, should have, would have, but we didn't. Either way, I like our chances. I said all of that to say this. I like our chances week 10. So that would put us at 8-2 again. That's best case scenario. Ball bounces your way. You're healthy. You're making all the winning plays in winning time. That's probably 8-2 is probably more realistically 6-4, 5-5, because you're dealing with the Washington Commanders. But this is the Commanders. This isn't the Redskins. This isn't the football team. It's the Commanders. Let's give them a chance to take command. I'm going to give them a chance. The Texans the following week, short week, quick turnaround on the road. The only back-to-back roadie of the season. It's the Texans, man. I feel the same way I felt about the week 2 matchup versus the Detroit Lions. If you can't go on the road to a team that a season ago had a top 3 pick in the draft and win, and they didn't make wholesale changes, they made, and the Texans did some good things this offseason. They're banking on Davis Mills being the guy. We'll see. And they'll know by week 11, did we make a mistake? Is he not the guy, or will we have to look for someone in the upcoming draft? They'll know by week 11. If he's playing outstanding football, that game's going to be tough. If he's not, we should go in there, kick their ass, and come home with a dub. That's what I'm expecting. Now, what we'll get is 2 different things potentially. Again, I told you I was spiking the Kool-Aid. I didn't, this is not something that should be surprising you. I told you I was spiking the Kool-Aid tonight. Now, this is subject to change. Cooler heads may prevail. A month and a half from now, I may sit down and say, okay, I was tripping on May the 12th when I had us going 13-4. Not saying that that's what's going to be the case, but that's where we're trending right now, right? Okay, I've got us at 8-2, potentially beating the Texans here and getting to 9-2. When's the last time Washington's been 9-2? Again, I'm going to give them a chance to take command. Are they going to take command? Probably not. Probably not. But this is what happens when you see the schedule for the first time and you're like, oh my God, this schedule is delicious. This looks like Thanksgiving dinner. I can't wait to dig in. So you're on the road for the Texans. That's a win. You got to win that game. So we're now 9-2. I'm out of my mind. I know. Okay. I know. You don't have to kill me in the comment section. I'm out of my damn mind. I know. I said I was spiking the punch. This is straight liquor at this point. There's no juice involved in this drink anymore. It tastes straight like alcohol. Okay, so maybe I'm trying to get you drunk tonight. Even if you're sipping slow and you're not used to drinking, this could be dangerous. You may want to put the cup down. I'm not saying, I'm just saying. So you go to week 12, home for the Atlanta Falcons. Arthur Smith in year 2 with a depleted roster, no Calvin Ridley. Okay. They still got Pitts, and they still have Cordero Patterson, the two guys that tore us to shreds last year. We had no answer for Kyle Pitts. He was a third down machine last year. He had no receiving touchdowns, I want to say, until they played us. I don't know if he got a receiving touchdown or not. I know he had a bunch of catches, though, and a lot of them were third down conversion catches. Cordero Patterson was public enemy number 1 in that game. We could not stop him. He shredded us. He had 3 touchdowns in that game. Almost single-handedly beat us. It took a kickoff return for a touchdown and an out-of-body experience from Taylor Heineke to stop us from losing that football game. That said, Marcus Mariota, maybe the quarterback, he might be hurt by week 12. Who knows? They could have Desmond Ridder in there by week 12. Who's to say what the Falcons are on? The Falcons roster isn't very good. I'm just going to keep it a buck with you, okay? There's not a lot of talent there. We should be able to win that football game. I thought the same thing last year. At least they had Calvin Ridley when we played them last year. They will not have Calvin Ridley. They will have Drake London. Instead, we'll get a bird's eye view of the guy that Washington wanted to draft at 11 that I didn't want any parts of. And maybe he kills us. And a lot of you will come after the game and say, see, Louie, this is why we wanted him here in Washington. And I go, maybe you were right. Maybe I was wrong. We will see him up close and personal. And I think we'll walk away saying, he's exactly what I thought he was. We should win that game. We're now 10-2. Don't shoot me. Okay. Giants, week 13. I don't know what the Giants are going to be. I don't know if they're going to be good or bad. I just know New York is usually bad for us. And the good thing about this game is the Giants will already have declared whether they're good or not by week 13. See, when we played them in week 2 last year, they didn't know that they were going to be trash yet. So we got one of their best efforts of the season. It just happened to not be enough because they made some mistakes. If Dexter Lawrence doesn't jump offsides on a field goal attempt, we lose. That said, by the time we saw the Giants in week 18 last year in the Meadowlands, they were playing their 18th quarterback of the season. Okay. He stunk. They were quarterback sneaking on second down and third down from their own 8-yard line. Okay. They were a train wreck by the time we got to them last season. Okay. They had Jake from State Farm in the game, and he was ass cheeks, and they were quarterback sneaking on second and third down from their own 6 or 7 yard line. They were a mess, an abject disaster by the time we got to them. That's why we beat them in New York last year. Had that game been played, say that the week 2 game, instead of it being in Washington, was in New York, we probably lose that game. I said all of that to say this. If the Giants are remotely good, like haven't quit on the season yet good, they're going to beat us in week 13. If the Giants absolutely stink, Daniel Jones is proving exactly why this is his last year in New York and why they didn't pick up the 5th-year option. If he's injured, if Saquon Barkley's injured again, if they're having issues with their roster and, all of this good stuff, then we're going to win the football game. I'm banking on the former, not the latter, that guys will be playing good football. Daniel Jones will be playing for at bare minimum, a franchise tag to be back in New York in the following year. Saquon Barkley's out to prove to the rest of the league that he can stay healthy and that he doesn't suck. I think we're going to get a spirited effort from the Giants, and it'll be good enough to beat us. Unfortunately, snapping our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 game win streak. We're now 10-3 on the season. We hit our bye week, and I think part of the loss to the Giants was the fact we were just tired and ready for the bye week. And we were looking forward to that week off, and the Giants snuffed us out. They could sense that we were ready to go and chill and get on this bye week, and they took advantage of it. So now we're 10-3. We go to the bye. We lick our wounds. We come back a refocused football team, and we get the Giants again, this time at home. And we know what to expect, and we avenge the loss prior to the bye. We take care of business. We're now 11-3. The 49ers on the road, dangerous game. Even when they had Nick Mullins at quarterback, we barely beat them, okay? And Kyle had all kinds of injuries. He had a shell of a roster. There was no Nick Bosa. They were all kinds of banged up, and we barely escaped by the hairs on our chinny chin chin. I get it. Dwayne Haskins had to play quarterback. Alex Smith started the game. He was awful and hurt. It was a disaster offensively. The defense had to score 2 touchdowns just to give us a chance to win. I get it. Kyle Shanahan's a mastermind offensively. You know how I feel about Kyle. You know how they run the football. I just think they're gonna shred us on the ground, whether they're good or not. Whether Trey Lance is at quarterback and they're going through growing pains, or he's playing exceptionally well and they're rolling, I think they're going to be able to run the football. We don't handle mobile quarterbacks well. We don't handle read option well. We don't handle speed option well. They're going to be doing some of everything with Trey Lance. He's going to look like Robert Griffin III in his rookie season. Watch what I tell you. They're going to tailor an offense to his strengths. They're going to have a ton of drift routes. They're going to have us responding to him and his legs. And when we come up and the linebackers suck up, there's going to be Deebo Samuel running that little drift route, that little dig right behind our linebackers. He's going to hit him in stride, and we're going to be in trouble. I see us going on Christmas Eve to San Francisco, losing that football game. We're now 11-4. Browns at the crib with Deshaun Watson. They can run it. Watson can throw it. They've now got an elite. They've got a number 1 receiver now to complement all the tight ends and some of the other receivers that they have. They're a dangerous team. Oh, yeah, did I mention they have Deshaun Watson? That's a loss in week number 17 to the Browns. It's just, I don't think it's a good matchup for us because of how they run the football. I could be wrong, and our run defense could be stellar this year. But that's the 3rd team that could absolutely run it, and we're 1-2 against those teams. Beat Tennessee, lost to Indianapolis, lose to Cleveland as well. So now we are 11-5, and then week 18 against Cowboys. That's probably going to be for the division. I'm not saying that Dallas is, in a position to win it. Could be Philadelphia, could be, the Giants for all we know. But it's going to be, something's going to be on the line there. Either way, I don't give a shit what's on the line. We're going to beat Dallas in week 18. They're not sweeping us this year. We're going to beat the Cowboys in week 18 to give us a mark of 12-5. This is a 12-5 schedule, folks. And maybe we don't lose the games that I said. Maybe we lose to Tennessee. Maybe we lose to Green Bay. Maybe we lose to Minnesota. Maybe we lose to Philadelphia once or twice. I don't know, okay? This is a 12-5 schedule, though. This is no worse than 10-7. If we can't come out of this schedule with at least 10 wins, double-digit wins, something went horribly wrong from a coaching perspective, from an injury perspective, from a performance perspective. Something went horribly wrong because I'm staring at a double-digit win schedule. How often do I tell you that? I don't. I'm never this confident in a schedule because it never looks like this. So what I'm telling you is we need to take advantage of the opportunities that are being given to us. They're giving us a chance to get off the schneid and out of the blocks and out of the gates, 2-0, bare minimum. Don't know what's going to happen week 3 versus Philadelphia. I'd like to think that that's going to be a win. I'm guaranteeing victory. They're giving us a chance to get off to a 2-0 start and build momentum going into that week 3 matchup with Philadelphia, which could then build more momentum and make that week 4 contest versus Dallas potentially for first place in the division in a big effing game that they may say, you know what? Let's move this puppy to 425. 3-0 Washington versus 2-1 Dallas or 3-0 Dallas. I'm all for it. Got to take advantage of the games that they're giving us. They're telling us the first 2-3 weeks of the season, hey, here you go. You can take it or you can leave it, but we're offering you an opportunity to get out of the blocks fast. Now, you can stumble if you want. That's on you. But we're giving you a chance. You don't play back-to-back roadies until weeks 10 and 11. The schedule isn't tough. The toughest stretch, 7, 8, 9, and 10, and they're all winnable football games. None of them are this daunting. There isn't a single game on this schedule that I look like and I think it's a kamikaze mission. There were at least 4 of them last year. When we went into the schedule, I said, at Buffalo, there is no way in hell we're going to Buffalo and winning, which is why I kept saying we can't afford to start the season off 0-2 because we're 0-3 if we do. We're not beating Buffalo. We wanted to start 2-0 so that if we lost to Buffalo, you were 2-1. You didn't want to be 1-1 because if you lost to Buffalo, which we did, you're 1-2. But we did have Atlanta to fall back on, and we were able to get that victory. And it was the last time. No, it wasn't. It would be the last time in a long time that we would find ourselves in a position to be at 500. We wouldn't get back to 500 until that 4-game win streak got us to 500 at 6-6. But the Bills game was a kamikaze mission last year. The Chiefs game, before the season started, when we thought the Chiefs were going to be this juggernaut, that felt like a kamikaze mission before the season started. The Green Bay game at Green Bay, at Lambeau, felt like a kamikaze mission. The Tampa Bay game after the bye week felt like a kamikaze mission before the season started. That's 4 games that we looked at on the schedule and said, well, probably not going to win that game, or ain't no way in hell we win in that game. The ones at home, like Kansas City and Tampa, you're like, if the ball bounces our way, they have an off game, who knows? But we didn't think we were going to win either one of those games, and we didn't. We beat Tampa, excuse me. But we didn't beat Kansas City. We had a chance. The game was there for the taking. We didn't take advantage of it. But the 2 on the road, are you kidding me? At Buffalo and at Green Bay? Yeah, right. And we had a chance at Buffalo, or Green Bay. We never had a chance at Buffalo, even though after spotting them 21, we ran off 14 in a row. And if Kendall Fuller catches that interception, who's to say? That game might have gotten interesting, but it didn't, okay? It didn't. So they're in the single game on this schedule that rivals at Buffalo, at Green Bay. Hell, not even home for Kansas City or home for Tampa. Not a single game on this schedule looks like that where you say, I don't know, man. We're going to have to play our best brand of football to win that one. Every single one of these games on the schedule, I'm looking at and saying, I could see a way we could win. I could see a way we could lose because we're that kind of team. But there isn't one game that I look at and say, there's no way in hell we're winning that game. Not one. That speaks to this schedule being, and again, Atlanta could be really good. Philadelphia could be really good. Houston could be really good. Detroit and Jacksonville could end up being really good. And everything that I said about getting off to a fast start, this, that, and the third, could end up being hogwash. The likelihood is Jacksonville's still a young team. They're going to struggle early in the season before they get their shit together. Detroit, still a young team. They're going to struggle early in the season before they get their shit together. Excuse me. Philadelphia, that's family business. Anything can happen. Houston, still a young team with Lovie Smith as a head coach. By week 11, we'll know if they're good or not. You know, unlike weeks 1 and 2 where we won't know if Jacksonville or Detroit are any good yet. We're going to have to find out ourselves. We'll know by the time we get to week 11 in Houston if they're going to be a pushover or if we're going to go to Houston and fight tooth and nail to come back with a dub. Same with Atlanta, week 12. We'll know by then. Either Atlanta's cheeks or they're over there fighting. They may not have a winning record, but they're fighting, and you're like, okay, that shit's not going to be easy. We come in here slipping and tripping, they'll leave Washington with a dub. But we'll know by the time we get there. The ones that are scary are the ones you don't know. We'll know by the time we get to weeks 11 and 12 about what those teams. Same with the Giants, weeks 13 and 15. We'll know by then. Either the Giants are competitive or they're a shit show. Daniel Jones is on the way out, and they're searching for answers just to get through the season. We'll know by then. We don't know a damn thing about Jacksonville or Detroit, which is why we got to take it to their ass right out of the gates. Same with Chicago. Still early in the season, week 6. They may stink already, but it's still week 6. Everybody's got hope week 6 of the season. You start off 0-5, okay, hope's gone. You start off 1-4, okay. We'll see. If the one just came the week prior, maybe this is the turning point of your season. But if you're riding a 4-game losing streak, then yeah, you stink, and we're going to try to add to it. But what if Chicago's 2-3? What if Chicago's 3-2 going into that game? That could be a toughie. I said all of that to say this. My floor for this season, last year my floor was 7 and 10. And my ceiling was 10 wins. We couldn't do any better than 10 no matter how things went. Things would have to go exceptionally well, and the ball would have to bounce our way with the schedule we were provided with last year to get to 10. There was no more than 10 wins on the schedule last year. And you had to scratch and claw to find 10. The floor for this schedule is 10, in my estimation. The ceiling is 12. I don't know about you. I'm excited about this schedule. Last year we had the toughest schedule in football. Nobody saw the level of quarterbacks like we did. Nobody else saw Herbert and Allen and Ryan and Mahomes and Rodgers and Brady and Wilson and Prescott twice. Nobody else in the league saw that. And Derek Carr. Nobody else saw that. We had the toughest schedule in football. We might have the easiest schedule in football, again, assuming these teams aren't good, which is why playing the schedule game in May is dangerous. But I told you I was spiking the punch tonight. 12-5. Cheers. So, now let's get to the comment section. You've heard what I've had to say about this schedule. Now I want to hear from you. So, let's get to the comment section. If you're out there, you know what to do. I imagine the comment section has been very spirited tonight, and I might have fueled some of that. And if I did, I feel bad, but not really. Okay. I know there was a super chat early on. I don't think it's there anymore. It was from HTTR for life. I should have screenshotted it. Let me see. Maybe it's still there. No, it's gone. It's been so many comments. So HTTR, I apologize. I know there was a super chat there earlier. And it may have been another one that was there. So many comments. What I probably should do from now on is when those super chats come in, when I first sit down, because I know there's going to be a lot of comments, especially for a show like tonight, I need to read that super chat right away. I know Condo P from time to time. I don't even know if she's in the comment section right now. I know from time to time she will screenshot the super chat for me and send it to me via Twitter. I don't think she has done that tonight. So I feel bad because I know there was at least one, maybe even two super chats, and I saw one of them for sure. And it was from HTTR for life. And it was something to the effect of, he liked the schedule, something like that, that he thought this schedule was very doable. I can't quite remember what he said. I feel bad, but I can only pick up from where I have on my screen in front of me. So anybody that super chatted me and I missed it early on, I apologize. But I did remember seeing HTTR for life having a super chat early on. And I missed that one for sure. White Run Guard. And I should, next time, either I'll take a picture of it or I will just read it as soon as we come on, because I hate the fact that I missed it. White Run Guard. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, I'm just glad the media is making this a Dallas versus Philly for the division narrative. I feel like we play our best with lower expectations. I think there is some validity to that. When obviously when expectations are high for us, like they were last year, we don't meet them. But at some point, that can't be the case. Like if you want to be a triple P, a perennial playoff participant, you know, and that second P could stand for whatever, playoff, postseason, whatever you want it to. It's the same concept, means the same exact thing. If you want to be a triple P, you gotta find a way to either, you know, live up to or exceed expectations. So I think this year, yeah, Dallas is probably the front runner. You'll get some, you know, people that are off the beaten path talking about, you know, keep an eye on Washington, but you know, this should be a Dallas, Philadelphia conversation because those teams were good last year. And they're playing they're relatively the same schedule that we're playing, right? It's not too much different. I mean, one AFC game is different, and then, you know, the 3 games that are different in the conference. That's it, you know, or excuse me, the 2 games that are different in the conference. So you're talking about the difference of 3 games, which is huge. You know, people try to, well, the schedule's only 3 games different. That's huge. 3 games is the difference between you winning 11 or winning 8 and missing the playoffs. You know what I'm saying? Like, I that's the argument I got into with Lloyd Brunson about their schedule. He keeps talking about how was their schedule softer. I'm like, dude, you played the Jets last year. I played the Bills. Okay. You played the Lions. I played the Packers. Okay. Like there's not a discussion. Those 2 games alone were the reason you made the playoffs and I missed the playoffs. You switch, you roll reverse there. I get the Jets and I get the you know, Lions, and we could be talking about a different scenario. You get Green Bay at Green Bay, and you get Buffalo at Buffalo, and you're probably sitting on the outside looking in. It's a huge difference, you know, in those games, right? So it makes a ton of sense. But I think that at some point that narrative has to change, but I think you're right. This year, it probably will be a little bit more about Dallas and Philadelphia, and we won't have the spotlight shined on us as much, so we get to kind of operate in a space that is comfortable for us. But I need us to start operating in uncomfortable situations. We need to start being comfortable in uncomfortable situations. I think that's when you see growth. And I told you, you know, sports. Football, sports in general, is a microcosm of life. And in life, you grow when you're taken out of your comfort zone and you learn how to be comfortable in uncomfortable situations. You know why I'm so good at doing this, orating, is because when I was a kid, I used to be nervous to stand up in front of the class and read my book report and give my presentation of the scientific method. We had a experiment to do, and you had to do it on the little trifold board. You had to, you know, talk about your hypothesis. You had to talk about the control, and you had to talk about the experiment and the constant and the variables, and you had to explain it to the class. I used to be nervous to do that. And then you know what happened? I took a public speech course. And you know what I said? And you know, that made me even more confident. But it started in high school when I said, you know what? Because, you know, my last name starts with a T. So I was always usually last if you go in alphabetical order, you know, one of the last people to go. So it makes you a lot more comfortable when you've seen 18 to 20 people go before you. But you know what I started saying? I want to go first. I want to set the bar high. I want to set the tone. Let me go first. Because I became comfortable, because speaking in front of people, in front of large gatherings and crowds never gets old. You're always nervous. I don't care how many times you've done it. You're always going to get butterflies. You're always going to be a little bit nervous. And then once you get into the swing of things, it just flows. You become more comfortable and everything slows down and it just becomes natural. I became comfortable. I became comfortable in uncomfortable situations. I learned to be comfortable when the situation was uncomfortable. That's how you grow. It's called growth. You don't grow when you're in your element and you're comfortable and you don't remove yourself from your little bubble. You're insulated. This is where you like to be. You know what to expect. You know how to react. It's easy. When shit gets tough, now we're going to find out the true test of your character and your perseverance. How do you adapt and adjust? Okay, so it went bad. You bombed. How do you react and respond? You become comfortable in uncomfortable situations. At some point, if this organization, this team wants to grow, we have to be comfortable in uncomfortable situations. Meaning, if they're projecting that we're 12-5, we need to be 12-5 or 13-4. We need to meet or exceed those expectations. This is comfortable. That scenario that you just explained, white run guard, is comfortable. That's what we're accustomed to. Oh, let them talk about Philadelphia. Let them talk about Dallas. We'll sit in the shadows and we'll wait for an opportunity to strike. No one's watching us. So now we get to do damage behind the scenes when no one's paying attention. That's easy. That's comfortable. We need to learn how to be comfortable in uncomfortable situations. That's when I'll know we're turning the corner. But I don't really give a shit because it's got to start somewhere. I'd like it to start this year. Whether we're being talked about or not doesn't really bother me one way or the other. We need to win double-digit games, period. Thank you for the super chat. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. And thank you for the super chat earlier. I feel like this is your second one. I think you were the first of the night. I missed it. And this is your second one. So double up. I could be wrong, and this could be your first one. But I feel like I saw you on the board first. Either way, thank you for the super chat. HTTR for life, who writes, me, Chill Dude, and Michael White all have bets on the record this season. If we go more than 6 wins, Michael White has to donate $150. So he can go ahead and send that dono right now. And I'm pretty sure he wants to send that dono. That's him hedging his bet. It's called a happiness hedge. You bet that Washington won't win 6 games because you want them to win more than 6 games. And if they do, you don't mind paying the $150. 6 is too low of a number, though, Michael. Like, you're really like Ron Rivera. I'll put it to you this way. We had the toughest schedule in football. We played a murderer's row schedule, and we did it with Taylor Heineke at quarterback and Garrett Gilbert sprinkled in, and we won 7 games last season with injuries and COVID. Do you really think that this schedule that you just took us a look at, that we just went through with a fine-tooth comb, do you really think we can't find 7 victories? 7 victories? With Jacksonville, Detroit, Houston, Atlanta. With these in our division, the Giants twice, the Eagles twice, Cowboys twice, even though Eagles and Cowboys, but the Giants twice. You don't think you can find 7 victories? Are you kidding me? Michael, baby, come on. You could have at least said 7 or 8. 6? We won 7 last year. Anyway, that's a win for you, HTTR for life. You can go ahead and cash that one in already. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Let's see. Just Andre, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Just Andre, writes, thank you for being a member of the MOBB as well, Just Andre, who writes, people think the first 2 weeks are easy dubs. Have y'all not learned the past 15 years? You're absolutely 110% spot on. I said this. They're looking at us like food. We're looking at them like food. Somebody's going to eat. Somebody's going to eat. I would prefer it to be us. I think it will be us, okay? But to your point, and this is why I said the 12-5 I just predicted, Probably not going to end up being that. Why? Because we're going to lose some games that we should win, that we think we should win. But to your point, we think we should win, but who are we to think that we should beat anybody? What have we done? What have we proven that anybody on the schedule looks at us at? I'm guaranteeing you, some Jacksonville Jaguars content creator is looking at their schedule and saying, well, we should win week 1. I'm telling you, a Detroit Lions content creator is doing the same thing week 2, saying, hey, we should be able to beat Washington at home. They're counting us as wins. Houston is doing the same thing. Oh, we got Washington week 11. That's a win. Don't think for 1 second that they're not looking at us and disrespecting us. And I want them to bring that disrespect right to our face because we deserve it. We earned it. Who are we? We are nobody. We got to prove that we are worthy of saying that we should beat Jacksonville and Detroit and Houston and Atlanta. You got to go out and take those dubs. Ain't nobody giving us shit. And in the past, when teams have tried to gift wrap us wins, we ain't know how to receive it. So, yeah, I'm with you 110%. I get it. You're not wrong. And I'm not going to argue with you because everything you said in your comment is facts. Now we got to go and change the narrative. That's what this season is supposed to be about. That's what I'm going to dub this season. Change the narrative. Change the narrative. That's what this season is about. We don't have a quarterback. Now we got Carson Wentz. Change the narrative. We don't have enough talent. This roster has a bunch of holes. Change the narrative. We can't stay healthy. We're always making mistakes. Change the narrative. We can't win double-digit games. We haven't won more than 10 games since 1991. Change the narrative. Teams are circling us on the calendar as a dub. Change the narrative. Change the narrative. That's what it's about this year. Change that shit. We're no longer the football team. We're no longer the Redskins. We're the Commanders. Take command, goddammit. Change the narrative. You're not wrong, Just Andre. You're a fan that's been through countless games and situations like the one that we're staring at the first 2 weeks of the season where the NFL schedule makers have done us a huge solid. All they can do is throw the alley. That's what they've done. They threw the alley up. It's our job to run in transition, go get the alley, and put that shit in the basket. Can we do it? They gave us a perfect lob. Okay? There's nothing wrong with the pass. It's our job to go and put it in the basket. Thank you for the super chat, Just Andre. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, HTTR for life, writes 27-0. Book it. I don't know what this is in reference to, the 27-0. I'm assuming this is a game on the schedule that you were talking to others about, and this is the score, and you're predicting it. I don't think we're shutting any team out this season. Not a single one. Till this defense proves to me that they're dominant in that capacity, dominant enough to shut a team out, we ain't shutting out anybody. When's the last time we pitched a shutout? I don't even know. And I've watched every game since, I don't know, 1998 maybe. When's the last time we pitched a shutout? We don't shut teams out here in Washington. That's not what we do. That's reserved for dominant teams. That's not what we are. So I don't know what you're referring to, 27-0, but it ain't a game on this schedule. That's for damn sure. Michael White, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Michael White, writes, are you worried about having a lot of injury-prone players and a lot of Jag backups because it scares the blank out of me? So injury-prone players, where are those players at? Because Curtis Samuel isn't injury-prone. Like, that's a misconception that we formulated because he didn't play for us last year. If you look at his career, That was the first season of his career that has looked anything remotely close to that. He's fully healthy now. Let's hope he stays that way. But I don't consider him injured. Brandon Sheriff is injury prone. You know he's getting injured every year. You know he's missing multiple contests every year. It's not a matter of if he's going to get hurt. It's when and for how long. That's what injury prone is. That's the definition of injury prone. That hasn't been Curtis Samuel throughout his career. So I don't consider him injury prone. Who else is injury prone on the team? Because when I look at the roster, I don't see a bunch of guys that get hurt all the time. Now, Sheriff was one of those guys on the offensive side of the football. Rouye got hurt last year. That was his first time getting hurt in his career. So he's not an injury prone guy. We got a full 17-game slate out of Charles Leno Jr. last year. Sam Cosmi didn't get off to a great start. So I guess you could say he's injury prone because that's the small sample size that we have, and he got banged up last year. Benjamin St. Juste got injured last year as a rookie. Same with De'Ami Brown. So, I mean, if you want to call those guys injury prone, go right ahead. Small sample size. But, I mean, Carson Wentz, okay, you got me on that one. He's an injury prone guy. Didn't actually miss any games last year due to injury, but he was banged up, right? He's a question mark. I mean, you got to stay healthy, right? But, I mean, outside of that, Antonio Gibson, I guess you could call him injury prone, but he fought through injuries last year. He played in just about every game, if I'm not mistaken, in every contest last year, despite being banged up. I don't consider him to be injury prone. Everybody's going to get hurt in football. You're not going to have one single guy be 100% the entire year. That's just, this game isn't set up for that. So you're going to have bumps and bruises. Can you play through it? You know, I don't see a lot of guys that have issues with that. You go to the defensive side of football. Chase Young got hurt last year. That was his first time. Well, he got hurt in his rookie season too. So I guess you could consider him injury prone because he hurt his groin in his rookie season and then his hip. And then he hurt, of course, his ACL last year. Montez Sweat. I think last year was his first time really getting injured. He's been pretty durable for us since coming into the league. Cole Holcomb is a guy that usually misses a game or two every season. Missed if I'm not mistaken, the first 2 games of 2020, and last year he missed a game with COVID. So I don't know if that counts, COVID, but I don't really consider him injury prone. In the secondary, William Jackson III got hurt last year. I think he had some injury concerns in Cincinnati. So he could be considered injury prone, but outside of that, the rest of the guys have really been. I said all that to say this. I don't think we have an injury prone team. As far as Jags backing up our starters, I don't feel that way. The offensive line, I love the depth throughout. You know, the additions of Norwell and Turner make me feel really good about the depth of the offensive line, similar to the way I felt last year. Remember, I told you last year, I don't care who the starting 5 is. I'm confident they're going to get the job done. And what happened? It didn't matter who the starting 5 was. We had guys rotating in and out of the offensive line, and John Masco did a masterful job of taking whatever he was given and getting the most out of it. I feel the same way about this unit. So I like the depth on the offensive line. I think the scariest, position on the field, or the 2 scariest rather, are both on the defense, on the defensive line, and specifically defensive tackle, because I actually like the DN depth, adding F.A. Obata. I think that and then having the young guys continue to grow. I love James Smith-Williams and what he brings to the table. So I think we're fine in defensive end wise, depth wise, but defensive tackle, that's the problem right now. But you drafted for Darian Mathis. They're going to add another defensive tackle before it's all said and done. Trust me, they're not done there. And I think we're going to be fine there. Linebacker is the one that should scare you, because any injuries to Cole Holcomb or Jamin Davis, and we could be screwed at linebacker, because we put ourselves in a position where we don't have a ton of depth there. So yeah, you should be nervous at linebacker, have every right to be. I think corner is interesting. You drafted a corner. You still have Corn Elder. I don't know how I feel about that. James Bradbury is still out there. I don't think he's going to end up in Washington. But at the end of the day, you got Benjamin St. Juste. If he can stay healthy, he's someone that I am worried about and concerned about from an injury standpoint. But if he can stay healthy, I actually like what he did in his rookie season. So I think there is a little bit of depth at corner, bringing back Danny Johnson, and what he did for us in the slot last year, I thought was phenomenal. There is a little bit of depth along the cornerback position. So, and safety has depth with the addition of Percy Butler. I assume they're going to bring back Jeremy Reeves, and I think you'll have, and then of course you got the young fellow from Cincinnati that we drafted last year, Derek Forrest, that will be in year 2, and so we'll see what the depth is at safety. That could be a jag position maybe in terms of backups. We'll see. But offensively, I love the receivers. I don't think they're jags on that side of the football. Tight end is very intriguing. I don't think they're jags. Running back, clearly not a jag position anymore. Without Brian Robinson, it was a jag because I looked at Jarrett Patterson as just a guy. It's not jag anymore. So I don't agree with that. I don't think that we got a bunch of jag backups. So that was the point of them. What they've done when Ron first got here, the first thing he did was he built depth. Not necessarily a lot of frontline starters that we could feel good about. It was all about building depth. He's done that. Every year he's been here, I got to give him credit. They've built depth really throughout this roster to give us a chance to withstand the injuries that we've withstood and compete. Keep in mind, that 4-game win streak happened with no Chase Young, no Montez Sweat. It happened with Landon Collins being injured on the back end of that, with J.D. McKissick being injured on the back end of that, missing the Raiders game. Both of those guys missed the Raiders game. And our depth and offensive line-wise, we were already banged up and shuffling around guys. Chase Roulier got hurt in the Green Bay game and was done for the season. So we were already, playing musical chairs along the offensive line, and the depth was tested, and it helped us get that 4-game win streak and have a chance to compete at the end of the season. So I don't see us having a jag backup situation, but I mean, we'll see. King of the North, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, King of the North, writes, first and foremost, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, King of the North, writes, I just realized Carson is very familiar with most of the teams on our schedule. He should be ready. Only way we win 10 plus is if he plays consistently well. I'm pulling for him because I want Ron to succeed. That is the only way. You are 110% spot on. That is the only way we maximize this schedule. I talked about 12-5, the floor being 10-7. The only way either one of them are achievable is if Carson Wentz, A, is healthy. That's number one. He has to be healthy. Availability is the best ability, right? So he's got to be healthy first and foremost. And then 2, to your point, he has to play consistently well. Can't have these peaks and valleys like we had with Taylor Heineke, because that'll get you the inconsistent play that'll lend itself to 7 and 10, 8 and 9, right? You want double-digit victories, you're going to have consistent play, and you're going to have to beat the teams on the schedule that are beatable. There are going to be some games that turn out to be a lot tougher than we thought. And as the season progresses, we'll look at those games like Minnesota, for instance, in week 9, I believe that game is. It's right before the Philadelphia game. We may get to that game and the Vikings might be 6-1. Might have already had a bye week, playing exceptional football. They might be 6-1. Tearing the league a new asshole offensively, and the defense is revamped, revitalized, and ready to rock and roll. And you're saying, oh shit, this is a big time matchup in week 9 at the crib. We don't know. You have no idea what these teams are going to be. So, but when you look at some of these games, we don't know what Detroit or Jacksonville is going to be. We can help you shape and mold that narrative by beating them in weeks 1 and 2. Okay? They could end up being really good, but let me get mine off in weeks 1 and 2. I don't care what you do thereafter. Let me get my shit off in the first couple of weeks. Got to win those games. Got to take, and Ron said this, he couldn't be more right about this, more spot on. You got to take care of business in the division. Ask any coach around the league, and they'll tell you the first step to being a championship caliber team is winning your division, taking care of business inside the division. You don't have to necessarily win the division, but you got to take care of business. 4-2, 5-1, 6-0 in your division. No worse than 3-3 in your division. You can't be 2-4, 1-5 in your division and think somebody's going to be afraid of you. I'm with you. I'm pulling for Carson. Not because I want Ron to succeed, because I want this team to succeed, because I'm tired of talking about not having a quarterback. So there are a lot of reasons why I want Carson to succeed. None bigger than I'm just tired. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of talking about quarterback. Jeez, can we put that to bed already? Let's get a guy and let's roll. We got a chance to do that. Let's see if we can do that. Consistency will be the key, to your point. CJ, shoot photos. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, CJ, shoots photo. Excuse me. CJ shoots photo. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, yo, Lou, good odds to start 2-0. That's all you can ask for. The odds are in our favor. Whether we take advantage is up to us. But all you can ask for is the opportunity. The schedule makers could have said, hey, home for Green Bay, at Dallas, weeks 1 and 2. Well, shit. There you go. You might be 0-2. Your best case scenario is 1-1. You're not winning both of those games. They didn't do that. They said, here's Jacksonville, not at Jacksonville, at home versus Jacksonville, and then at Detroit. I mean, if you can't take care of business, I can't help you. I did all I could. Thank you for the super chat. Chris Devers, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, CD Pops. What's good with you, Chris? Who writes, congrats on Super Friends. Broom again. Hashtag them boys. You know I can't wait. Bart Scott. Can't wait. Can't wait to week 4. I really want that one on the road at Dallas. I'm sick and tired of losing to Dak Prescott, and I'm sick and tired of losing to Dallas in Dallas. That I talked about changing the narrative. That's going to be my theme this year. Change the narrative. Washington can't beat Dak Prescott. Change the narrative. Washington can't beat Dallas in Dallas. Change the narrative. I can't wait. Thank you for the super chat. Chris Devers. Chilled Dude. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Chilled Dude, writes, hey, Lou, sip slow cherry Kool-Aid. You know the flavor is not cherry that I'm sipping on. You know that for sure. It ain't black cherry. It ain't regular cherry. It ain't none of that shit. He says, we win in 10-11 this year. This schedule is very spikeable. Absolutely. Okay. I might have got a little heavy-handed. Okay. I'm not going to lie to you. Okay. He says, sip away, ride along, seatbelt on, love ya, hashtag mob. He said it, not me, but he said everything that I've already said, and I agree with him 110%. This is a very spikeable schedule. I'm still sipping slow because they've trained me to sip slow, but I must say, this drink with the little spikage, it is delicious. And I think as we get a little bit further into the season, I might start taking bigger sips. They might turn into gulps. I might start chugging at some point, but clearly we are not there in May. I'm sipping slow. Cups full to the brim. All right. I've spiked punch and I'm sipping slow, but it tastes really good. So we'll see what happens. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, HTTR for life, writes, we are starting 3-0. Book it. I'm sipping, Lou. I'm telling you, man, I feel it. 3-0. I feel it too. The Eagles are the one that I'm looking at and saying, okay, we're going to find out how for real we are, because, again, I don't care how it looks against Detroit. Like, you're not going to make me feel bad. If we beat Jacksonville 17-16 in week 1, a lot of you are going to come on, oh, my God, that was terrible. We suck. We should have beat Jacksonville by 30 and we won by 1. I don't give a shit. I don't care what it looks like. I don't care how I just want the dub. We didn't play a great game against the Chargers last year. They didn't play a great game against us. You think they were giving back the 20-16 victory? Hell no. They made mistakes, but at the end of the day, they made enough plays to win the game, and they felt good leaving here 1-0. It was a sloppy game by both teams. I just want the dubs in the first 2 weeks, and then the real test will be week 3, home for Philadelphia. And if you take care of business there, let's go have ourselves a season. Why don't we? All right. Let's see. KP Underdog. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, KP Underdog, writes, excuse me, glad you're back, Lou. You had me searching through the trash bin all week for content. Man, this week was crazy with how things went from a family perspective. Every time I thought I was, cleared for takeoff to do a stream, it just wasn't meant to be. And, sometimes it's like that. And this is the time of the year where I err on the side of caution. If, we got some family things going on, take care of that stuff now. It's May, So, yeah, it was crazy this week. And there were a couple of times where I started to do a stream, and then, the NBA playoffs isn't helping matters because my Grizzlies are in there, and every game is a late game because we're playing against the Warriors. So, it's not a conducive environment right now. If we continue to advance in the playoffs, it's going to be, similar. But I mean, it'll get back to a level of normalcy. Trust me. But this week was crazy. I agree. It was crazy. Thank you for the super chat, KP Underdog. You didn't miss anything. So you don't keep searching through the trash bin. You didn't miss anything. That's for sure. Let's see. Got a super chat here from Chilled Dude. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Chilled Dude, who writes, worst part week. It says worst part week because 14 by everything else I like. So the worst part is week 14 bye week. Everything else he likes. Again, I don't even hate the week 14 bye. Yeah, it's a little bit late, but the Eagles had a late bye last year, and I thought it benefited them down the stretch of the season. So I actually don't have a problem with it. I don't love it. I know the players probably don't love it. That's a long time to go without a bye week, but there's a Thursday night game in week 6, so that's going to act as a de facto bye week. You get that half of the week off, and that allow you to recharge the battery in the middle of the season at week 6 against the Bears on a Thursday night. So, there's that to help you out right there if you're Washington. And then, you just got to suck it up, play competitive football for 13 weeks, and then you get your bye week, and then you come out and hopefully hit that refresh button and finish up the season strong and allow that to help you go into the playoffs with a little bit of momentum. And that's the hope. But he says, I'm definitely drinking Kool-Aid, Lou. I'm saying 10, 11 games this year, as Great Charlie said, winning. Yes. That's what it's all about, winning. And this is a winnable schedule, man. Very, very doable. Again, floor is 10, ceiling is 12. I'm going to be disappointed if somehow, some way we don't come away with at least 10 wins. And again, a lot of extenuating circumstances that we will face throughout the course of the season. Trust me, it's never, all roses and flowers and things of that nature for us. It's always a rocky road, right? It's never smooth paved. I used to be a rollerblader back in the day, and there was nothing better than a freshly paved road to rollerblade on. You hated the old road that had been established since 1958, and you're riding on it, and you wanted that smooth glide on that fresh black asphalt. This would be one of those schedules that looks like smooth black asphalt. Somehow we're probably going to turn it into a rocky, bumpy ride. But as long as we find a way to navigate it to the tune of 10, 11, 12 victories, I don't give a shit, personally. Thank you for the super chat, Chilled Dude. Let's see. Now let me explain something to y'all. This 12-5 is subject to change. All right. I don't think it will change, but it's subject to change. We may get later on in the season, and I may come to my senses and say, you know what? Who the hell am I kidding? This is a 10-win team, and 10-7 is the best we're gonna do, and the floor is 8 wins. I may change my tune, but right now I don't see that happening. I look at this schedule and I'm like, guys, come on. Anything can happen though. Anything. And just like that, 12 could turn into 10, 10 could turn into 8. And we could be singing the same old song. JP, my guy, John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, who writes, greetings, Commander Lou. What's up, JP? Says, it's been a long time coming, but we finally got our schedule, which we might actually be able to take advantage of. I actually believe 11 wins is possible, maybe 12. I'm in the same boat, my friend. And generally, I'm not the guy that's super optimistic. I'm not the guy you come to for 11, 12 win victory video. I'm not that guy. Okay. You know the guy in the meme and the GIF. Come on, you're not that guy. You're not that guy. I'm usually not that guy. Don't come here looking for, the rah-rah, we can do it, 12 wins. I'm not that dude. I know better. This schedule, okay, this schedule screams 12. You want 12? It's here. You want 11? Come and get it. Worst case scenario, I got a dime right here for you. Come and get it. That's what this schedule says. Now, will we go and retrieve it? Will we take advantage of this opportunity that the NFL schedule makers have presented? They have dropped us a gift here in May. And they're going to allow us to unwrap these gifts that they've dropped on our lap over the course of 4 months. Are we going to unwrap these gifts and be grateful? Or are we going to look back on some of these gifts, take them for granted, and realize, damn, I really did need some new underwear. Sure could have used some new socks. These ones have holes in them. People always want to shit on the gifts you need because it's not what you wanted. We need Jacksonville week 1. Take the damn gift. Yeah, it's underwear. I need underwear. Can never have enough. Week 2, they gave us some socks. And they're Nike Elite socks. So they're not even regular socks. They're not Hanes 6-pack. They're Nike Elite socks. They're really not. You can use some Nike socks. I have some on right now. We'll see. We'll see if we take advantage of it. I'm with you, JP. All right. Rob, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Rob, writes, much respect, Lou. Likewise to you, Rob, who writes, looking forward to the season and hoping we can make some noise. That's always the hope this time of the year, is that we can make a little bit of noise. Look, we ain't trying to hurt nobody. Rattle a few cages, make a little bit of noise. That's all we trying to do, man. Carve out a little space for ourselves. That's it, man. This NFL thing, if you don't take advantage of opportunities, you'll find yourself jumbled up with a whole bunch of people on the train, right? And you're jockeying and vying for space. The train is where all the middle-class members of the NFL reside. All the teams that are scratching and clawing for the 6, 7 seed in the NFL playoffs that are hovering around 500. You know the train I'm talking about, the one where you standing there and you got no space to your left, your right. There's a dude right in front of you. He's coughing. You really want to back up a little bit, but there's somebody right behind you on your ass. You got no space. I'm trying to carve out a little space for ourselves, man. Maybe catch an Uber or a Lyft to where we're going. And, maybe we got a ride outside waiting for us outside the establishment that's going to take us where we want to go with a driver. I'm trying to be comfortable. Carve out some space. I don't want all these teams breathing on my neck. This is a schedule that says, hey, bro, if you want space, go create it. Change the narrative. We'll see if we can do that. Bloodshot Sports. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Bloodshot Sports, writes, what up, Lou? I'm not going to big expectations, but I do feel that we have a roster capable of catching lightning in a bottle. And see, that's what I'm looking to avoid. Lightning in a bottle suggests it's a one-off. You got hot this season. You'll be back to your regularly scheduled programming next year. Like Jacksonville in 2017. That was lightning in a bottle. Blake Bortles was never as good in his career again. Leonard Fournette and company were never as good. That defense was never as dynamic. They never made it back to the playoffs. Again, as a matter of fact, they haven't been back to the playoffs or any good for that matter since 2017. So that's kind of, where I'm like, don't know if I want to catch lightning in a bottle per se, because that suggests that you got hot for 1 year and now you're back to being mediocre. I want to start to establish consistency, to establish ourselves as a perennial powerhouse. So in order to do that, you have to start somewhere. This is the perfect launching board. All right. This is the perfect launching board for that. You want to build a foundation to being a good team. This is the kind of schedule you need to take advantage of. I've seen some teams over the years get fat off of a soft ass schedule and parlay that into a 3-year run where they were really good. This is an opportunity to do that. So we'll see. Michael White, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Michael, double up, thank you for doubling up. Writes, Lou, evidently I see that schedule a lot tougher than everyone else does. So if you see it tougher than everybody else does, explain to me why. Now, again, anything can happen because we're Washington. These are the types of games that we look at and say we should win, but we don't. Jacksonville week 1, Detroit week 2, the Texans week 11, the Falcons week 12. These are games that we look at and say we should win, but we don't. I get it. And 6 is too low. You went too low. Okay. If you would have said 8, you would have had a fighting chance because clearly we are a team that underachieves all the time. And some of these games that I counted as victories, Tennessee and Green Bay and in Philadelphia twice and in Minnesota, these could easily be losses. Easily. And that 12 could easily come down to 7, just like that. If you don't beat Tennessee, Green Bay, Philadelphia twice, and the Vikings, that's 5 games right there that I counted as wins that could just like that turn into losses. Now, the Giants, one of those Giants games, I gave us a loss. That could be a win, right? I got us losing to 49ers. That could be a win. Late in the season, they could stink. Who's to say? But the bottom line is, I don't care how 12-5 is achieved. I just want 12-5. You can disagree with the 12 wins or the 5 losses and how we got there, but there's 12 wins on this schedule. You can get them any way you want. You want to sub out Tennessee for the first Giants game where I counted it as a loss? Go right ahead. You want to swap Indianapolis and Green Bay and say, hey, you're losing to Green Bay, but you can beat Indianapolis? Okay, fine. Whatever. Same difference. Right? I would prefer the NFC victory because it counts in the NFC conference record when it's all said and done. When we start clearing the wreckage and we start sorting out bricks in the left-hand column and where they came from, whether they're an AFC victory or it's an NFC victory, when we get into the particulars of how you got all those bricks in the left-hand column, because I always tell you, I don't care about anything but stacking up dubs like bricks in the left-hand column. That's it. And at the end of the season, we will sort out the bricks to determine if there are enough of them in the left-hand column to play bonus football. So I don't care how we get the 12 bricks in the left-hand column. I just want them there. And we could argue over what teams will help us get those 12 or 11 or 10 bricks. Okay, that's definitely a discussion we can have. But they're there on the schedule. You just got to go and get them. And clearly, you see the schedule tougher. And look, Indianapolis is going to be tough. Green Bay is going to be tough. Tennessee is going to be tough. Minnesota is going to be tough. These are all games that, except for Indy, these are all games I count as win. Philadelphia twice is going to be tough. These aren't pushovers. These aren't gimme games. No game on the schedule is a gimme game. Let's clarify something right now. Because I think we should beat Detroit and Jacksonville doesn't mean we will. Those aren't pushover games. No game. And if you haven't watched the NFL for a very long time, then you may not understand this concept. But for those of us that have watched the league for a very long time, we know any given Sunday, anything can happen. Okay? The best team doesn't always win. Jacksonville wasn't better than Buffalo last year, but they held them to 6 points and devoured them in that game when they beat Buffalo. I think it was 9-6. The best team doesn't always win. Okay? So, we'll see. But clearly, you see the schedule way tougher if you're over here putting the over-under at 6. My goodness. Yikes. If we can't win 7 games on this schedule, heads need to roll. And I'm not a fire everybody type of guy. That's a knee-jerk reaction. This is not even if Taylor Heineke has to play every single game after week 2, this is still a 7-8 win season, bare minimum. Thank you for the super chat, Michael White. Michael White, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Michael White, says, I see 6 wins. I see 6 wins within the first 10 weeks, bare minimum. I see 6 wins within the first 10 weeks. I had 6 wins within the first 8 weeks. I might have had it in the first 7. Yeah, but I was talking reckless. We're probably going to lose a game or 2 along that stretch that I counted as wins, Tennessee, Green Bay, that won't allow us to get to 6 as quickly. But I see 6 wins in the first 10 to 11 weeks. Let's see. We got another super chat here. That was a funny emoji. I don't even know what that emoji meant that I just saw. All right, Michael White. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Michael White writes, I see wins against Detroit, Chicago, Eagles, Texans, Giants, Falcons. That's all I see. I hope I'm wrong. So you got us losing to Jacksonville. You got us losing to Minnesota. You have us losing to the Giants once. I do too. You have us losing to Philadelphia once. I don't have us losing to Philadelphia at all. But that could happen. And we could lose. We could split with Philadelphia. They could sweep us for all I know. You know what I mean? Like, I don't see how you see this schedule and all you can find is 6 wins with the likes of Jacksonville on the schedule, with a Tennessee Titans team that we don't really know what they're going to do. No A.J. Brown. You expect Treylon Burks to just come in and eat the league up. This guy's raw as a uncooked egg. He's raw. Okay? You think he's going to come in and produce A.J. Brown type numbers? Are you crazy? They're not the same team in Tennessee. Yeah, they got Robert Woods, and he's going to help, but it's not enough. They're going to struggle this year, I think. Indianapolis is not a guaranteed lock to be, anything other than a solid team like they were last year. Nothing more, nothing less. Now, they may turn out to be even better. We'll see. But they're not a shoo-in. Minnesota is not guaranteed to be anything other than a solid football team like they were last year. Again, not a team that you should be overly worried about to the point where we're going to lose that game. That's at home, too. If it was in Minnesota, you'd have a gripe. It's at home. I think we can take them at the crib. Green Bay, I told you, I thought we played them really well last year, and they were more talented last year than they are this year. So if you ask me, they're younger, and they may prove to be more talented now than they were last year. But I like our chances against Green Bay. That's not a guaranteed victory. We could lose that game, and it wouldn't shock me if we did. But last time I checked, Aaron Rodgers struggles at FedEx Field. I know that much. We don't play well against him at Lambeau. I think the only time he's beaten us at FedEx was in the playoffs. And we were up big. If Deshaun Jackson doesn't bullshit around on the sidelines and tippy-toe and dives for the pylon instead of running out of bounds, who knows what that game is. If he doesn't catch us off sides on a third down trying to substitute, and they got a punt, who knows what that game turns into. We had him on the ropes. Let him off the hook. Anyway, I like our chances against Green Bay. I like our chances against Cleveland. I told you I don't think we're going to win, but that's not a guaranteed loss. I just look at the schedule in a totally different light than you do. I see some opportunities for some wins on the schedule against some teams that were good last year, but may not be as good this year. Every year, there's a swapping of 2 or 3 teams that were in the playoffs that don't make it the next year. Like New England, for instance, wasn't a playoff team the year before. They were a playoff team last year. You're going to see that. And I think Tennessee could be one of those teams. We'll see. They can run the football still. That hasn't gone away. So we'll see. But Detroit, Chicago, Eagles, Texans, Giants, Falcons. That's all. Okay. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Alex, writes, fearing Philadelphia the least, you're going to eat those words. I'm here for all the smoke. As a wise man once told me, we running up the chimney. All right. We ain't ducking no smoke around these parts. Alex, you know where to find me. Okay. And if that turns out to be the case, I'll be here and I will offer up a 0-0 if it is necessary, but I won't have to because you got Jalen Hurts at quarterback. I feel really confident about that. So I feel good about our 2 matchups against you, the first of which being at the crib in week 3. And I like our chances to take care of business there. So we'll see what happens. I don't plan on eating those words, but we'll see. Let's see. We got any more super chats? And we do. Here's one here from my guy, the Cubone, a Jacksonville Jaguars fan. I'm actually interested to see what he has to say. My guy, the Cubone. Thank you for the super chat. Who writes, what up, Lou? What up, Q? Says week 1 out of the gate, baby. Can't wait for that matchup. I'm going to talk so much trash leading up to that game. Well, so my question to you, Q, is, and you could probably take a quick gauge of the fan base. What are you guys thinking about that game? Are you guys looking at that game as a win? Do you expect to come into Washington and win in week 1? I would surmise the answer is yes. And why wouldn't you? You got a new head coach that gives you confidence. You've got a brand new running back that you feel like is going to have a chance to explode in Travis Etienne. I think Trevor Lawrence is going to be 1 year more comfortable. And yeah, it's a new system for him, but I think the speed of the game, all that stuff that he had to adjust to last year slows down. More weapons around him. You improve the offensive line. We'll get a look at our old buddy Brandon Sheriff week 1. He'll be back in town just like that. Brandon Sheriff will be visiting the old crew back in week 1. So, it'll be fun to see some of the guys. Doug Peterson's an old chum from around the way. It'll be fun to see some of these guys. But at the end of the day, we need to take care of business. If we can't beat Jacksonville at the crib, and my guy Michael White doesn't think we're going to do that because clearly he didn't have Jacksonville as one of the 6 victories. We can't take care of Jacksonville week 1. I won't say that that's a bad omen for the season because week 1 is week 1. But that doesn't sit well with me because, again, you had the NFL's offering up an opportunity to get out of the gates 2-0, bare minimum, with a chance to take that momentum of the 2-0 start and parlay it into a 3-0 start heading to Dallas with a chance to make it 4-0. You got to win the first 2 games of the season. So, yeah, it'll be fun. And I look forward to the trash talk. I'll be here. You know where to find me. Thank you for the super chat. The Cubone. Let's see. Chilled Dude. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Chilled Dude, writes, hit the like button. My man Lou is awesome. I appreciate that, Chilled Dude. You heard him. Right now, over 590 of you out there. For much of the stream, there was over 600, even at one point over 700. Still only 200 and some odd likes. Let's run the count up to 300 and hit the like button if you haven't already done so. Thank you for that public service announcement, Chilled Dude. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Metaphor, writes, only issue is entire division has easy schedule, 1 through 4 easiest. Yeah, because of who we play. That you can't run from that. And remember what we talked about with the Super Friends? I talked about wanting this division to be settled by a 12-5, 13-4 division winner, followed by another team that's right there nipping at their heels and another team nipping at their heels. And the worst team in the division is like a 9-win team. That's what I want the NFC East to turn into. We've got a chance to do that this year. The schedule is set up for that to happen because we play what we deem to be, and again, we don't know. Jacksonville could be much improved. Detroit could be much improved. Houston could be much improved. Tennessee could continue to play good football. Indianapolis could be better than they were last year. We look at that. I've said this. I think the AFC South is the worst division in football. They could turn out to be much better than we think. But if they are what I think they are, then that means our division should mop the floor with them. The only team that you should be looking at and saying, man, we got to go to their place, it could be tough, is Tennessee. Indy is questionable. I'm not afraid of Indianapolis. They're still soul searching, and to me, they're still too heavily reliant upon the run. When that's not working, you're asking 89-year-old Matt Ryan with a bunch of subpar weapons outside of Michael Pittman Jr. to find a way to get it done. Alec Pierce in his rookie season, you're looking for him to come in and just tear the league up? I don't know. I don't buy that. I still don't think they have a number 1 receiver out in Indianapolis. So I'm anxious to see what the Indianapolis Colts look like this year. But, barring Tennessee playing exceptional football, I look at that, and the Titans are the type of team that 1 week will go to Cincinnati and win, and then the next week go to the New York Jets and lose. I don't know that the Titans should scare anybody in this division, and we got them at the crib. I can't speak for anybody else and where they're playing Tennessee or Indianapolis. I like our setup. I don't mind going to Houston and playing the Texans. I would have preferred to go to Jacksonville and played Indy at home, but that's not the way the cookie crumbled. At the end of the day, you got to take care of this division that we claim is one of the worst in football. You got to clean their ass up. No worse than 3-1, but you should be looking to wipe the floor clean with those boys and go 4-0 in the AFC South. And then you bring it to the NFC where you're playing Detroit, Chicago, Green Bay, and Minnesota. That's another division that in the totality of things, when you look at the NFC as a conference, you're like, is the NFC North the worst division in the conference? You're going to have a lot of people pointing to the NFC East. I'm going to say, hey, we had 2 playoff teams last year. All right. So I beg to differ. Whereas in the NFC North, it was Green Bay and the rest of them teams was just straight cheeks from Minnesota to Chicago to Detroit. So, I mean, you could argue that that's the worst division in the conference. We're playing that division. So, again, yeah, Green Bay is going to be a tough out. And if you lose to them, no one's going to bat an eye. Minnesota isn't going to be a pushover, but you look at Detroit and Chicago, you need to find a way to win those 2 games. If those teams look anything remotely close to the teams that they were last season, you need to win those 2 games. And then find a way to beat Minnesota. and then see what you can get done against Green Bay. But no worse than 2-2. You should be 3-1. And if you're good, you could go 4-0. You can beat Green Bay. But assuming Green Bay is, because they got Aaron Rodgers, they're good again, 3-1. So that's the 7-1, 6-2 worst case scenario, playing two of the worst divisions in football. You should be taking advantage of that schedule. Everybody in the division should. And if you don't, shame on you. John Livingston, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, John Livingston, JL Smooth. JL Smooth, 105.3. My guy, John Livingston. Thank you for the super chat and being a member of the MOBB, who writes, what up, Lou? What up, JL Smooth? Says, I won't spam you with Bills talk. That's fine if you did. He says, but we got it. Opening night at LA. You called it about 3 weeks ago. And I said, that would be a very tasty game. I mean, two of the better offenses in football, Super Bowl winning team with a quarterback that played his ass off last season in some clutch moments versus Josh Allen, who a lot of people thought was robbed, even though I didn't. The defense couldn't get a stop. That's not anybody's fault. Got to get a stop. They couldn't, but Allen was red hot in that game against the Chiefs late. And one of the better quarterbacks in football. That should be fun. That should be fun to kick off the season. It says, opened with LA being a 1-point favorite, 6 primetime games. What a time for a Bills fan growing up with absolute misery. By the way, you guys I got you guys at 10-7, got you sweeping Philly. 6 primetime games. One of those games, maybe with the 18-game schedule, they made it to where, because it used to be you couldn't have more than 5 primetime games. But maybe with the 18th game now, the 18th week, and the 17th game being introduced last season, they stretched it out to now you can have 6 primetime games. I would guess one of those games is technically not a primetime game. Like if you play on Thanksgiving, let's say you play against Dallas or you play against Detroit on Thanksgiving, those aren't considered technically primetime games because it's not at 7, 8, 9 o'clock at night, right? It's not in the primetime spot. But I count them as primetime games. If you're the only game in town, that's a primetime game to me. So you probably do have 6 primetime games. That is insane. From just 5 years ago having no primetime games and them tossing you a Thursday night game randomly throughout the season just because everybody was supposed to get one to 6 primetimers. Whew. Like you said, what a time to be alive for a Buffalo Bills fan. I got us sweeping Philly as well. It's not going to be easy, but it's very doable. I mean, I wasn't impressed with them last year. I think they've gotten a little bit better, but this notion that the Eagles killed it this offseason. The Eagles did some good things. They didn't kill it. You still have Jalen Hurts. You want to kill it? You would have had Deshaun Watson. Then you would have killed it. I still feel like you're bottlenecking if you're the Philadelphia Eagles. You're bottlenecking. There's only so much you can do with Jalen Hurts at quarterback. So we'll see. 10-7, that's my floor. Will 10-7 be good enough to get you into the postseason? I think so in the NFC this year. I do. But that's my floor. We'll see. Thank you for the super chat, JL Smooth. Derek B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Derek B, writes, Jags, Eagles, Colts, Titans, redemption song is all I ever had for Wentz. So Jags game obviously was the game that ended his run in Indianapolis, made him one and done. The Eagles, for obvious reasons, I don't need to go into that. The Colts, again, for obvious reasons. And the Titans, they were swept by the Titans last year. One of his worst games of the season was that game at home versus Tennessee. He played better against the Titans in Tennessee. They still lost that game, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, he's got and somebody I think said earlier that Wentz has a lot of familiar foes, teams that he should be somewhat familiar with on the schedule. Facts. He knows this division. Again, none of the teams in the division looked the way they did when he left. Clearly, he's never played against Philadelphia. He was on that team. The Giants are a totally different team, new head coach, new GM, new everything. He did play against Daniel Jones, right? And then the Cowboys look drastically different defensively. They're a good team defensively as opposed to when he was here. They were pretty much ass every year defensively. But they still got, the same cast of characters, but they got a new coach. Mike McCarthy wasn't the coach here in Dallas when Carson Wentz was in Philadelphia. So, there's a lot of games here that Carson Wentz could look at as, revenge games, but one at a time. Don't try to do too much. Play within the scheme, and you should be fine. But there's a lot of games, some get back games. The big payback for Carson Wentz. We'll see. John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, JP, double up. Thank you for doubling up. John Perez, my guy, JP, writes, for whatever reason, Green Bay can't win at FedEx Field. We might actually have a shot in that one. They beat us in the playoffs. Don't forget about that one. But regular season Aaron at FedEx isn't good Aaron. Going back to their Super Bowl winning season, when we knocked him out of the game and we beat them, he struggled. Remember, we had the shootout. Kirk Cousins outdueled him on a Sunday night in Washington at FedEx Field. Like, he's not been great, Aaron, in the regular season at FedEx Field. So I like our chances. I told you, I didn't think they were all that great last year, and I thought we played them well last year. We just couldn't score in the red zone. If we could score, if we didn't have the turnover where Heineke fumbles on an opening possession of the third quarter that led directly to a touchdown, like 2-3 plays later, they had to go for it on fourth down, and Rodgers had to make an amazing scramble and throw across his body that ultimately resulted in a touchdown. I think those were their 2 touchdowns, and then they kicked some field goals and they beat us. They weren't all that impressive in that game, to be honest with you. We got to the red zone. If I'm not mistaken, and I could be wrong here, somebody fact check me. I think we got to the red zone 5 times in that game, and we came away with 0 points. 0 points. I think that was when we had Chris Blewett, and I think he got a kick blocked in that game. Obviously, that's the Heineke dive for the end zone. They called him down, giving himself up. And then we went for it on fourth down, and he got stoned, fumbled the snap, and stoned at the goal line. He threw an interception in the red zone. I know Antonio Gibson fumbled, but I think we recovered it. But it was a mess. Our red zone offense and efficiency that game was at an all-time low. I'm not afraid of those boys. And again, every game is different. Every season is different. We'll see. I like our chances. I just know that. Let's see. Will Van Dink, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat, Will. And if I see a comment from you, I will read it. Will Van Dink. 1/6 Devil Doc, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy 1/6 Devil Doc writes, say hello to the lovely missus for me. If she's watching, hey, Lou, what's going on? Says, hey, brother, I was laughing my ass off when you described P. Butter being a superhero zooming by Percy Butler. Okay, yeah. It reminded me of Wile E. Coyote with rocket strapped to his back and the Roadrunner just stepping aside to avoid him, and him like flying off a cliff, and then suspending in midair before realizing, oh shit, I'm not on solid ground, looking down, and then yeah, that was Percy Butler. A lot of times watching him on film. He's got some stuff to clean up, but the skill set is definitely there. One that they are excited about, clearly. So we'll see what happens. Thank you for the super chat. 1/6 Devil Doc. Let's see. Chill Dude, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Chill Dude, writes 11-6. Ooh, yeah. Kool-Aid good. So you busted through the wall? Ooh, yeah. I mean, that's right in that wheelhouse of floor being 10 and the ceiling being 12. So 11-6, I take it. Again, anything at or above 10, sign me up. We haven't won 10 games since 2012, and we haven't won over 10 games since 1991. Sign me up for anything at or above 10 wins. So this is a doable schedule. Honestly, if you can't get above 10 wins with this schedule, then when are you going to do it? That's the real question, you know? So we'll see. Again, as my guy King of the North said so eloquently, it really starts and ends with Carson Wentz. If Carson Wentz stinks, this isn't a 10-win schedule. This is an 8-win schedule, you know, because we won with subpar quarterback play from Taylor Heineke last year, you know, peaks and valleys. It might have balanced itself out at the end of the season, but we won with peaks and valleys from Heineke and won 7 games against better competition. So even if we get marginal wins and they stick with him for most of the season, you should still come out of this thing with no worse than 8 wins to me. But if we want to maximize this schedule and take a massive step forward, Carson Wentz has to be good. And there's no guarantee that he will. But I'm banking on the old Carson showing up. And again, it's not like Carson was terrible last year. He wasn't great. Like, don't let the 27-7 fool you. A lot of you like to run with those numbers. Don't let that fool you. It wasn't all good, right? But it wasn't terrible either. Don't let the Colts fans or, you know, Colts front office and Eagles fans try to brainwash you into thinking that this guy's straight garbage can juice, because he's not. We'll see what happens. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, looking at Washington versus Eagles week 3 tickets right now. Well, remember, if you're a member of the MOBB, you'll be going to a game every single home game this season via me, your man, Louie T. If you're a member of the mob, I'm giving away some tickets to every home game. So all you got to do is enter your name in the hat each week that we're home. I will give you instructions, and they'll be relatively the same every single time. And if you're a Mob Squad member, the tickets are yours. If you win, you win the drawing. It's really simple. But I'm going to get season tickets so I can give them away to you guys. So we're going to make that happen here shortly. So I'm not telling you not to purchase the tickets, because if you don't win, clearly you're going to need the tickets. But you know what's going to be interesting? I want to see what effect the Commanders have on the fan base and the turnout. And that's a conversation probably for another day, right? We got plenty of time to talk about that this offseason because we're about to have nothing to talk about over the next month and a half. So that'll be a conversation that will drive one of these shows that we do. But I wonder if the name change, the branding, and all of that stuff, will fans turn out to support initially? Because there were some fans that said, as long as the name is Redskins, I'm not coming back. There are some fans that said, because the name isn't Redskins, I'm not coming back. So there are fans on both sides of the fence. But, you know, I wonder if the name change and the rebranding and some of that excitement, and then maybe getting off to a 2-0 start, potentially. Again, that's not guaranteed. You got to go out and win those football games. But if you take care of business, I wonder if that would lend itself to that Eagles game not totally being the Eagles fans coming in and taking over the stadium like they normally do. That's interesting, because you know what it kind of reminds me of is 2018 when we got Alex Smith. And if you guys recall, we had a great week 1 win on the road at Arizona. And the thought was, oh man, get Alex Smith in a trade. You go out, you stomp a mud hole in the Cardinals impressively on the road. You know, you got Adrian Peterson on your roster. It just feels like you can maybe do some damage. And then you come home week 2 and it's a sparse crowd. There may be more Indianapolis Colts fans than Washington fans in the stands. And you realize, whoa, like this fan base is really eroding. Like they don't give a shit. I wonder if we get off to a 2-0 start, will there be more excitement or will we have a rude awakening week 3 when Philadelphia shows up and it's 50-50 split, 60-40 us or 60-40 them, and it feels like a road game? That's interesting, but we got to get to that point. You don't win in one of the first 2 weeks, and I guarantee you Philly fans will invade the stadium and take over. You start 2-0, you do it impressively. Maybe week 3 is a somewhat of a tell as to what direction the fan base is leading. Again, that's a conversation for another day. Thank you for the super chat, HTTR for life. Also, HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. HTTR for life writes, and I'm looking at those Colts game tickets. So you're looking to travel on the road and try to help the fellas bring one home. Interesting. There'll be some Washington fans, but one thing about Indy fans, they're pretty rabid. And there's nothing else to do in Indianapolis but go to football games. So it might be a hard ticket to get your hands on, but we'll see. We'll see. That's interesting. Let's see. Will Van Dink. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Here's a comment from Will. Sorry, I missed this one. Let me go back and just make sure I didn't see another one because you had another one. And I told you if I saw something from you that I would read it. I don't think I've missed any of yours. No, I haven't. But this one I did miss, and I'm going to read it. Thank you for the super chat. Will Van Dink, who writes, seems like the NFL wants us to do well. New team / brand means money if we win. Easy start, easy primetime games, bye before rough home stretch, and finale with Dallas at home. Bring in that cheddar, Washington. Before rough home stretch, I guess, yeah, Cleveland at home is tough. The Giants at home isn't going to be a pushover either. I don't know what the Giants are at that point of the season. They could stink, and it could be a game that we could dominate. But, yeah, Cleveland, New York, Dallas, clearly tough opponents at the crib. So I get what you're saying there. Yeah, it does feel that way. I'm not going to lie to you, Will. It does feel like the NFL said, hey, we going to give y'all some training wheels. Give you a chance to get off to a really good start. And once you'll figure out how to ride this bike, we're going to pull the training wheels off and you're on your own. But for right now, we're going to give you all the help you need to get off to a great start to really re-energize and reinvigorate this fan base. Again, they did all they could do with the schedule. They couldn't have done any more than what they did other than say, hey, here's Houston in week 3. That was the only way that they could have made it any better to start. But I need to spread out some of these games that we think are quote unquote winnable. We need to spread them out. I don't want them all at once. Because you might be going through a little rough patch and you may need a pick-me-up, a game to stop the bleeding. You use them all. I like to call them get out of jail free cards. You use them all at one time. Then when you need one, you don't have one. But there also is something to be said for putting money in the bank. And if you can, that's why you got to beat Jacksonville. That's why you got to beat Detroit. You got to put money in the bank. You don't know what's going to happen against Philadelphia in week 3. Put money in the bank just in case that game doesn't go the way that we think it's going to go. You don't know what's going to happen week 6 at Chicago. Put money in the bank. So in the event that game doesn't go the way that you intended to go, you got money in the bank. Got a couple of wins under your belt in reserve that can make up for this loss that you didn't anticipate. So the NFL did their part. I said it already, and I'll say it again. The NFL has done their part. Now we have to do ours. Thank you for the super chat and doubling up, Will Van Dink. Let's see. Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, Big Money Sonny. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB Rights. Lou, Sonny, what's cracking, my brother? Nothing much. Chopping it up with the fam. You know how it is. Says, hope the fam had a great Mother's Day. And we did. It was a really good time. Honoring all the moms out there. Once again, if you're a mom out there or you're a surrogate mother, big ups to you. And once again, happy belated Mother's Day. And I hope your day was fan-freaking-tastic. In regards to the schedule, I fully expect us to sweep the division. Period. End of story. Salutes to the mob and Cherry Squad, homie. I can't co-sign that. I'd love to put my John Hancock on sweeping the division. I can't put my signature on that. I can't co-sign that. You're gonna have to find somebody else to co-sign that one, Big Money Sonny. My credit right now, pretty damn good. I don't know if that's a good investment on my end, and if the bills will get paid on time, that might yank my shit down. I'm gonna have to back off on that one. But you go right ahead. You go right ahead, and I hope you're right. And I hope that investment pays off tenfold for you. But I can't put my John Hancock, not with, and I think we can sweep the Eagles, but that's not a guarantee. I don't know what the Giants are going to be. And I damn sure I'm not confident. We can't beat Dak at all, let alone sweeping the damn Cowboys. If he's healthy, that's going to be a tough go of it both times. So I can't co-sign that. But I hope you're right. I hope you're right. Alex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Greatly appreciate you for doubling up. My guy Alex writes 12-5. Lou, don't do it to yourself, man. Alex, you're probably right. I probably shouldn't do it to myself. And usually I don't. But I haven't seen a schedule that looks like this in eons. Okay? Eons. So yeah, I'm probably, I told you I was spiking the punch tonight, Alex. And I might step back, a month from now and say, what the hell was I thinking? I had way too much to drink that night. Let's kind of walk this back a bit, but right now, 12-5 is what I see off of this schedule, man. I'm going to tell you right now, this schedule, and again, I almost feel dirty saying this because we're Washington. Nothing is easy for us. We make everything difficult. And even the games that we win, it's usually not clean. Everything is a struggle. Everything is dirty, but a win's a win in the National Football League. I tell you that all the time. I don't care how it looks. You guys beat Carolina last year, and you needed a special teams, block kick to do it. And you don't give a shit. You were getting pounced in that game and trounced, and then you somehow pieced together a victory, and it was ugly as the day is long, and you didn't give a shit. And I don't either, right? This schedule screams 12-5, 11-6, 10-7. I'm going high side because of the potential of this team and the lack. So let me rewind. This, I feel dirty for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway, because this is why I feel this is a 12-5 schedule. This schedule is drugstore cotton soft. Drugstore cotton soft. To the point where if we don't, and we get solid play out of the quarterback position, and we're relatively healthy, and we somehow don't win 10, 11, 12 games, I've got an issue, and then I would have to find out where the blame needs to be placed. Because this schedule, and again, we don't know. And I always throw out that caveat when I talk about this stuff is we have no idea who's who. We think we know, but we have no idea. We don't know what Jacksonville is. We don't know what Detroit is. We don't know what Houston is. We don't know what Minnesota is. We don't know what Chicago is. We don't know what the Giants are going to be this year. We have no clue. Tennessee, Indy, Green Bay. We don't know. We think those teams are going to be good. They could stink. Anybody could get hurt. Those teams could be a shell of themselves by the time we get to them. There's so many different things that could transpire. So, with that said, I think it's a 12-5 schedule. But you're right. I probably shouldn't do it to myself. Wentz is a wild card. I don't know what we're going to get out of him. This defense was a big disappointment last year for the first 9-10 weeks of the season. There's a lot of question marks. Can we stay healthy? Yeah, I get it. And you're probably right. But it's too late. I spiked the punch. 12-5. Drink up. Oh, man. Big Buddy Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Big Money Sonny, who writes, Lou, I'm tired of this ish. Can we get double-digit wins, win the division while we sweep it and get this damn ball rolling? Too old for this shit. Let's effing go. So, if we sweep the division, we're going to win double-digit games. That's a fact. Okay? There's no way you win 6 games in the division and then don't find a way to piece together an additional 4 or 5 wins with this schedule, the way it's set up. With the likes, again, and I hate to keep bringing them up, and I hate to keep disrespecting them because, again, they're looking at us like food. I'm looking at them like food. Somebody's going to eat. I hope it's us. But with the likes of Jacksonville, Detroit, Houston, Minnesota, Atlanta on the schedule, I find it, in Chicago, I find it hard to believe if you sweep the division that you're not going to get 4 wins out of those, 5 or 6 games right there. So, but we're not sweeping the division. Even when we were at our best in those years where we were really good, we didn't sweep the division. I think the only time we swept the division was 2012. We beat Dallas twice. We beat Philadelphia. Was horrible. That was Andy Reid's last year. We swept them, and we swept the Giants. Nope, we didn't even sweep them. We lost to the Giants in an epic game in the Meadowlands when Robert had that 4th down play to Logan Paulson, and then Victor Cruz. Eli hit Victor Cruz on that last drive to break our back. I broke my back. So even then, when we were at our peak, the last time we won 10 games, we still didn't sweep the division. We were 5-1. So I can't tell you the last time we swept the division. I always say that, and then you'll be like, well, technically, last time we did it, Louis, was that's not going to happen with this one. I can't tell you the last time we swept the division. It ain't happening. We ain't swept it since Dak showed up. That's for damn sure. Because we can't beat him twice. We haven't beaten him twice. We've only beaten him once. The one year he didn't play, we swept Dallas, and we swept Philadelphia, but we lost to the Giants twice. So we don't sweep a damn thing. We'll see what happens. All right. Let's see. Where we at? I think my computer just pushed me down. So I have to find out where I was. Okay. I wasn't that far behind. All right. Let's see. Past that point. Past that point. Okay, that's where I was. Alex telling me not to do it. Big Money Sonny talking about being tired of this ish. And I am right here with Big Money Sonny again. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, Big Money Sonny. Who writes, Condo P is nursing a busted ankle, Lou. She needs a raise. That being said, we love how your channel is growing and thankful for the content. Salutes. Condo P is the real MVP. We tell her this all the time. I hope she knows that she is loved and that she is appreciated. You are appreciated. So I don't know if that's true, if she is actually nursing a sprained ankle or a hurt ankle, but if that is in fact true, speedy recovery. Be careful out there. What are you doing? How are you hurting yourself? If that's the case, hopefully it is not. And Big Money Sonny's just out here talking cold hard cash and everything's fine. But in the event that it's not, the last time I spoke to you, you were just fine. Okay. So I need you to make sure you out here taking care of yourself, if that is in fact the case. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Big Money Sonny writes, no disrespect to Alex and Jeremiah Butler, but we coming for that ass come week 3. No pause. Let's get it. Cherry, with a little cherry on top. Yeah, no, we definitely coming for the birds. And this week 3 matchup feels a lot like week 1 back in 2020, when I guaranteed a victory for Ron Rivera in his first game. He had cancer, and it was his first game, and we I think at that time was like on a 5 or 6 game skid to the Eagles. They were due for a loss, and we were due for a win against them, and it just felt like the right time, and we got it done. We spotted them 17 and then ran off 27 unanswered. I'm not in the business of spotting anybody 17 points and trying to hawk them down anymore, but I feel like it's kind of a similar spot. Like, all right, they swept us last year, and their sweep left a bitter taste in my mouth because I don't think it was a well-earned nor deserved sweep. Like, Dallas swept us, and they kicked our ass. Again, especially the first game. I thought they broke our spirits. And then we were so injured after their game. It was a physical game. They beat the shit out of us. Even though the score doesn't indicate it, if you watch that game, we were thoroughly dominated. And if not for the antics of Dak Prescott in that game, he was awful in that game, threw 2 picks, including a pick 6 to Cole Holcomb. If not for his antics, that's a easy beatdown. And I thought that game kind of broke our spirits, but then the COVID outbreak that thereafter really, debilitated us, because I really think we could have beaten Philadelphia. I mean, we competed. Keep in mind, we competed that night with Garrett Gilbert and probably 8 to 10 guys on the COVID reserve list. And we were right there in that game with them up until, the early stages of the fourth quarter. They started to pull away. But we were right there. We jumped out to a 10-0 lead. I just felt like the 2 games against Philadelphia last year were fraudulent. So I feel like that we owe them one for sure. And I think there'll be a little extra juice for that first one for Carson. And I'm glad the first one against Philadelphia isn't in Philadelphia. So he would have already played against them, kind of got that out of his system. Now going back to the scene of the crime is going to evoke a totally different range of emotions than playing them at FedEx. Wait, there's going to be a ton of Eagles fans there that are going to be heckling him like it's a road game. So he'll get a little taste of what it's going to be like going back to the Link. I like that it's a home game and he can get his feet wet against the Eagles the first time at the crib. So I like the spot. I like the spot week 3. I like the situation, and I like us in that football game. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy HTTR for life says, what I said before was something to the effect of, always nice to have you dropping gems on our melon, Lou. And I said ceiling 11 and 6, floor 8 and 9. Yes, that's the comment was like dropping gems on our melon or something like that. I do remember that. So thank you for running that back. And I am apologetic for, missing out on that super chat. I got to be better about that, especially when I know I'm going to talk for a while and there's a lot of comments that come, and knock away the early super chats. I got to make sure that I get to that stuff a lot sooner. So I apologize, but thank you for running it back. And your ceiling and floor, not bad. I mean, 8 and 9, that's a bit low for me, but we're Washington. And sometimes I don't have to remind myself of that very often because I know better. I have to remind a lot of you out there about the fact that we're Washington, and stupid shit happens because we're Washington. And so, I always talk about hoping for the best, but expecting the worst. I'm not going to do that this year, because I feel a little bit more confident in some key positions, mainly quarterback. And I've seen comments, and I know Eagles fans think I'm crazy for having comments. I'm not 100% sold on Carson Wentz, but what I am telling you, and again, this may not mean much to any of you out there, and that's fine, He's the best quarterback we've had since 2016, Kirk Cousins. So why wouldn't I be confident? I haven't seen anything remotely close to his skill set since 2016. So I just say, why not? Why not us? With this schedule, with the talent that I haven't seen this much talent on offense for a Washington football team since the early 90s Gibbs 1.0. You got to go back to Art Monk, Ricky Sanders, and Gary Clark in the posse. We don't have this kind of talent, man. Are you crazy? 2012 felt talented, but some of that was smoke and mirrors and a mirage of Robert Griffin III and what the Shanahans did by making him a runner and a threat that you had to, like, Alfred Morris wasn't a 1,400-yard rusher by himself. You crazy? Gibson could be by himself, though. Like, this is totally different. We had some solid receivers in 2012. We had the Tanner Man. He was on the back end of his career, but you had the Tanner Man. You had some prime Pierre Garçon, and that was his first year in Washington in 2012. And you had I don't think we had Jordan Reed yet. I think Jordan Reed didn't come until 2013, if I'm not mistaken. But you had some talent on that team. Aldrick Robinson. There was some stuff on that team, but this is way better. This shit that we putting on the field this year, if we're healthy, shit, you got to be kidding me. So I don't know, man. Maybe I'm tripping, and there could be a little bit of that, but I know talent when I see talent, and we're gonna put a talented unit on the field offensively. Now, can we score the points that are necessary to win consistently in the league? And can the defense rise to the occasion? And even if the defense is good this year, I'm not going to be 100% sold, because this schedule feels like the 2020 schedule that the defense was able to dominate. So I would have to see it against better competition before I crown this defense and said, oh, man, this defense is legit. No. I expect you to take advantage of a Trevor Lawrence-led Jacksonville Jaguars offense, or Jared Goff, Detroit Lions-led offense, or Justin Fields-led Chicago Bears offense, or Davis Mills-led Houston Texans offense. Expect you to take advantage of those teams. Marcus Mariota in Atlanta, if he's the starter. We might get Desmond Ridder by the time we get to week 12. I expect you to take advantage of either one of those boys. So, I don't know. I'd have to see. I just need the defense to be consistent, much like the offense. Complementary football, all phases of the game. I need, he's a sly guy. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Sly guy. Sly guy. He's a sly guy. I need him to step up. He was perfect last year. Keep it going, because we're going to need them points too. Jahan Solo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Jahan Solo writes, I'm good with the schedule. Getting me a TD weeks 1, 2, 3, 5, 2 in week 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 18. That's 12. Could live with that. Punch it, Louie. Oh, that's a lot of touches, man. That's a lot of tubs. 12 in your rookie campaign? Terry hasn't had 12 total the last 2 seasons. And I just threw that number out there. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the last 2 seasons, I think Terry might have had like 7 last year. And I'm going to say he had 4 the year before that. So I'm going to say Terry doesn't have 12 in the last 2 seasons. I'm anxious to look it up now. I threw out that random number. Now I need to back it up with some facts. Terry McLaurin stats. Man, your boy, when I tell you your boy is good, your boy is good. 7 this past season, 4 the year before. 11. So you trying to tell me you're going to have more touchdowns in 1 season than Terry had in the last 2 combined? I'm not buying it. I hope you're right, though. And I'm looking forward to it. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, HTTR for life, writes 130-0, book it. Eagles 0-50, book it. Cowboys 1-49, book. He says, book it. Am I being slow? Am I missing something? HTTR for life? Help me, man. Am I being slow? Why are these numbers not making sense to me? Why am I looking at these numbers and feeling like I'm lost? Like you're going over my head right now. Help me. Make this make sense. And maybe I am being slow. Maybe I'm having a BM right now. But help me. Let's see. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Writes, Lou, have you ever thought about setting up a Discord for your fan base? We love your content, and it's another avenue to extend it and keep us involved. Condo would need to accept applications for moderation, though. She told me, she brought that idea to me. So I'm going to let you in on a little something. I had actually created a Discord when I started the Mob Squad. When I knew we were moving from Flick over to YouTube, I wanted to keep that Flick atmosphere going. So I had created a Discord. The problem was it was too much work, and I'm not tech savvy enough to keep up with everything that you have to do. I was lost trying to set it up. I was lost trying to comprehend how to do this and how to do that. I'm pretty sure with a tutorial, I would get it, and it wouldn't be probably as hard as I'm making it out to be. But I was lost. I tried. I sat there for like 3 or 4 hours trying to set it up, and I botched it. So I just said, to hell with it. It's a lot of work. But that was supposed to be a part of the Mob Squad package, was a Discord, right? So maybe that's something I'll try to develop in the future when I have more time on my hands. But I tried and I failed epically the first time. So not something that is foreign to me. I thought about it because I knew that was something that you guys would want to do, when I moved away from the Flick app, because that was a community that we were able to build. And I wanted to keep that going with the Discord. But again, I got to figure out how the hell that shit works. It was too complicated for me. Thank you for the super chat, Big Money Sonny. Let's see. Got a super chat here from Quentin Ruiz. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Quentin Ruiz writes, I admit I'm drunk. I didn't sip the Kool-Aid, LOL. I'm hyped for this schedule. Playoffs smelling real good. If this D wakes up, it's going to be scary. I told you to sip slow, man. I told you I was spiking the punch. I told you to sip slow. You sound like you guzzled it, went back for seconds, guzzled it. And I was heavy-handed. I told you. The shit started to taste like straight alcohol after a while. Like there was not a lot of juice contents left after I was done pouring. That said, I'm not going back. You know what I mean? On what I said, I feel really confident in the schedule. You know what I'm saying? But actions speak louder than words. We could sit here and talk until our face turns blue. But if they go out and they lay an egg week 1 to Jacksonville, it's the same old Commanders. That's what we're going to think. That's how we're going to feel. If they win week 1, but then go on the road and lose to Detroit, it's the same Commanders. That's the way we're going to feel. New name, new look, same trash-ass organization. That's how a lot of you are going to feel. I won't wave the white flag after a week 1 or 2 loss, but I'm going to feel a lot differently about my 12-5 if we can't get out of the blocks fast and start 2-0. Like, that's mandatory. If you want to win 12 games, 11 games, you got to start 2-0. You're not winning. Like, the good teams in this league, and I talked about this all the time, they feast off of the underprivileged. They feast off of the lower tier teams in this league. It's not that dissimilar from the world that we live in. I talk about sports being a microcosm, and this is another example of it. Like, that's how the 1% and the 5%ers eat and live good. They eat and live good off of the small guys like ourselves. And I can't speak for all of us, because some of y'all might be a part of the 1%, 5%, or 10%ers out there. You might have that bread. But for most of us that are eking by or living a middle-class life, that's how they eat. That's how they stay above us, by poaching from us, keeping us down, and elevating themselves, right? That's how the Green Bay Packers stay 13-4 and 14-3 every year, because they don't lose to the likes of Jacksonville or Detroit. It may not be pretty every time, but they find a way to win those games. You want to know how Kansas City wins 12 games every season or more? They don't lose to the Tennessee Titans, or I shouldn't say Tennessee Titans. They don't lose to the New York Jets. They're not doing that. They're not losing to the Miami Dolphins. I don't give a shit how good the Dolphins are playing. They're not losing to the Dolphins. You know, they're not losing to non-playoff teams that look like they're not good. They're going to beat them. We're not those teams. We're not Kansas City. We're not Green Bay. We're not a team that's every year in the mix. So I don't want to compare ourselves to them, but I'm just telling you, that's how you run the checkup. You want to get to 13, 12 wins, you got to beat Jacksonville. You got to beat Detroit. You got to beat Houston. It doesn't have to be pretty. It just needs to be gritty, and most importantly, a dub. You want to stay mediocre. You want to win 8 games. You want to win 9 games. Split with Jacksonville or Detroit, or lose to both of them. Find a way to not go to Soldier Field and win on a Thursday night against the Bears. That's how you end up with 10, 9, 8, 7 wins instead of 11 or 12. I'm drunk. I'm not drunk. Excuse me. I'm sipping slow. But I've spiked it, and I plan on continuing to drink. So, trust me, if we get off to a fast start, you already know. You already know what it's going to be. We won 4 in a row last year, and the last 2 were dirty, not clean. Summer of 16, they were dirty, not clean. We won 17-15. The first 2 were very clean against Tampa and Carolina. The last 2 were dirty, not clean, winning 17-15. But guess what? I still was talking copious amounts of shit during the Super Friends live stream. Oh, you couldn't stop the kid. You couldn't put a muzzle on it, even if you tried. And that was just getting back to 6-6 on the season. Imagine if we get out the gates fast, the offense is flying around, scoring points, and this defense is holding it down. Oh, my God. I will be insufferable if this team is any good. And I don't give a shit who we played. I don't care if it's the Little Sisters of the Poor, and this schedule turns out to be everything we thought it was, and then some. I don't give a shit. If we end up 12-5, and we got the worst combined record in terms of a schedule, I'm still going to be champion this shit. I'm going to be that same meme with, the team that's all the way on the bottom rung of the podium, splashing water on it. That's going to be me. And I won't feel bad about it. Because we go into the playoffs, we go into the offs, and we've done something that we haven't done since 1991 with a chance to do something we haven't done since 2005. And it's win a playoff game. Anyway, we are a long ways from that. It's May 12th, man. This is why I told you sip slow. Don't get drunk on May 12th. Okay? I'm not drunk. I just see what this schedule could be. I'm not drunk, though. But trust me, I'm not putting the cup down. I'm going to continue to sip. And just because you sipping slow doesn't mean that you don't eventually have that drink sneak up on you. The Cubone, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. The Cubone. writes, as a startup Jaguars content creator, I can confirm to you that I'm looking at week 1 as a W. Hashtag double up. That's my guy Q. And he is going to be back in the mix as a content creator. I cannot wait. If you haven't already done so, sub my guy, the Q-Bone, up. That should be fun. What he has to say week 1 should be fun. And as he said, he's looking at that as a dub. So again, I've already stated this. If I'm Chicago week 6 at home, quick turnaround, they got to come to us. Washington? Man, if we don't smack they ass around and get a dub, are you serious? Detroit's like at home against Washington? Shit, they're giving us a chance to get off the schneid early this year. We look like food, man. Change the narrative. We look like food, okay? We look like prey. Change the narrative. It's okay. They have every right to think they're going to beat us. If I were a fan of any of those teams, Houston at home, Chicago at home, Detroit at home, and hell, even Jacksonville on the road, I'm looking at them like food. I'm looking at the Commanders like food. Oh, that is going to be some delectable prey. I can't wait to feast. And we looking at them the same exact way. Somebody's right. Somebody's wrong. Okay? Only one way to find out. But somebody's going to eat. Somebody's going to eat. Why not be us? Why not be us? Thank you for the super chat, Q-Bone. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, JL Smooth. Double up. John Livingston, 105.3 JL Smooth. Writes. Hot take, Lou. Uh-oh. Let's see if it's sizzling hot or if it's lukewarm hot. I'm so impressed the more I watch and read about Sam. He's going to pressure Wentz hard. Take over week 3 versus Philly, lead you to that 10-7 record I said. That is a hot take. That's flaming hot. And unless something that we cannot see, and I won't put it in the atmosphere, happens to Carson Wentz early in the season, there is no way in hell Sam, first of all, you're just dismissing Taylor Heineke as if he doesn't exist, like he's invisible. He has to not only get past Carson, but he has to also overtake Taylor Heineke as well. They have no intentions of playing this young man in his rookie season. Zero. And if things work out, they have no intentions of playing him ever, right? But as we know in this league, you're 1 hit away from your backup being in the game, and you're 2 hits away from, or 2 plays away from your third string quarterback seeing the field. So anything is possible, but the likelihood that Sam Howell is in week 3, I'd put it at literally 0.000000001%. It's very low. Again, anything could happen. It's extremely low, though. I thought earlier you had a prediction where you said, or it wasn't a prediction, you just said you heard some talking heads talking about Sam Howell taking over mid-season. That's more plausible. Still highly unlikely because, again, you got to clear 2 quarterbacks to do that. But that's more plausible than week 3. Okay. And then not only him taking over week 3, but then him coming in and going 10-7, like a rookie quarterback. I don't care how soft the schedule is. Rookies are going to rookie, right? I don't know about that. So I'd have to disagree. I can't co-sign that one. But you said it was a hot take. You were right. That was pretty damn hot. So damn hot, I won't touch it. Jake Hutton. Stand up, Jake. You are now officially the newest member of the MOBB mob. You know what to do. Open your arms as wide as they possibly can go and welcome in Jake Hutton to the squad. Welcome aboard, Jake. You won't be sorry. Looking forward to chopping it up with you and hopefully dishing out some tickets your way this upcoming season. Welcome aboard, Jake Hutton. Huddy! Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Big Money Sunny writes, Sixers out. Very sad. Thoughts on Memphis? So I didn't see any of the scores tonight, so I'm going to take this time to check them now that you just told me the Sixers are out. I want to see what the Mavericks have done. The Mavericks are killing this, the Suns. So they look like they're going to force a game 7. And the Sixers, they did force a game 7. They beat the brakes off of them at that. So that's going to be interesting, that game 7, Suns Mavericks. Anything can happen in a game 7. I think the Suns are going to take them out, though, in 7. And the Heat go to Philadelphia and polish off the 76ers. They were the better team. And even though Embiid came back, the James Harden just isn't good anymore. Like, he's not the same James Harden. I thought they lost too much in that trade. They gave up too much. They gave up too much shooting. They gave up too much depth, and it really crippled them. Harden wasn't good enough to give up all of the pieces that they gave up to get him. I don't even think they'll have him back next year. It wasn't a good trade in my estimate. I know they wanted to get rid of Ben Simmons. That wasn't the way to do it, if you ask me. But I think they got some draft picks too, so maybe that'll turn out to work in their favor. But it crippled their chances this year, and maybe a healthy Joel Embiid would have made it a better situation for them in a better series. Maybe you don't get mopped, the 2 games to start off the series in Miami without him. But it was clear they couldn't beat him in Miami, even with Embiid back. And they just put him down for good in game 6. That's a tough win on the road. They got it done. They look like the best team in the East, but I never liked doubting a champion. As far as my Grizzlies are concerned, that was fun last night, or 2 nights ago now. I enjoyed that thoroughly, but the realization is we still got to go to Golden State and win one, and we haven't done that in this series yet. But I can say this, without Steve Kerr, we have dominated them for 8 quarters straight, and we had a meltdown in 45 seconds. And I've said this to anybody that'll listen. We're 1 defensive rebound in game 1 and a 45-second, probably more like a 2-minute meltdown in game 5 away from this series being over. We've actually dominated this series, to be honest with you. But the Timberwolves could have said the same thing in the opening series against us, and they lost the series 4-2. So I think we're probably going to suffer the same fate, just like they suffered a defeat in game 6 and had the series wrap up. I think we're going to suffer the same fate, but I'm not counting my boys out. Steven Adams has come into the series and made a huge difference, and we got momentum now. They're going to have to – we're not going to lay down. Shaq said we're going to lose by 30 plus. He book it, guarantee. He's been so wrong this postseason. We're going to make him wrong again, because the last thing we're going to do is lay down for these chumps. They're going to have to take it from us. But I think they will. So we'll see what happens. AfroCat2136. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, whoop that trick. Get him. You know what it is. Whoop that trick. Get him. Whoop that trick. And Steph Curry talking about whoop that trick. They're going to whoop that trick. All right. Yeah. How'd that work out for you? That's what made even last night even sweeter, is watching him on the bench with 8 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. They already waving the white flag. When do you ever see that happen in a regular season NBA game, let alone a playoff game, where a team has said, hey, they got us? Like, we were up 42 when those boys hit the bench with 8 minutes to go in the 3rd quarter. Think about that. 42. They could have went on a 17-0 run and still been down 25. Anyway, he says, love me some Memphis. 3-6 Mafia put me on in the early 90s. Those grindhouse teams with Tony Allen, Zach Randolph, Mark Gasol, and Mike Conley. The core 4, as we called them. He says, rooting for y'all. Hashtag HTTC. That they set the template for what we wanted to be, that core 4. This team is clearly different. We call them Grizz Next Gen, because it's the next iteration of G&G, grit and grind. And these young boys are on the come, man. They're on the cusp of doing something big. And we're ahead of schedule. It seems like, you know what this feels like? I'm gonna be honest with you. It feels like my Atlanta Braves. We got to the party a year earlier than anybody expected. And then it was this run of, us getting closer, and then finally breaking through, winning the World Series. It was they were called the Baby Braves. These are the Grizz next gen. They're young, hungry. They don't know any better. We got here earlier than anybody anticipated. We got to the bubble. And we got in the bubble and lost to the Portland Trail Blazers. That was a year earlier than anybody anticipated. We made it to the play-in game in the tournament again the following year. Nobody expected us to win 2 straight, including on the road at Golden State, but we did. We got our first taste of playoff basketball, won a game before getting mopped 4 straight by the Jazz. But we needed that experience. It helped us this year get past the first round. And you have to take those steps in the NBA. Now we're in the second round. We're gaining even more experience. And I would have loved to have, and it's not over yet. If we win this game 6, they're not beating us in game 7. So this is a big one, but I think they will. But even if we do bow out, with Bane being banged up and Ja being banged up, and for us to put up the fight that we did, the future's bright. And I feel like this will be the last time the Warriors or a team like them, a veteran team, they got some young guys. I don't want to discount that, but a team like that who's seen, championships, this will be the last time they'll be able to eliminate a young gunner like the Memphis Grizzlies, a young up-and-coming squad like ourselves. The torch is about to get passed here shortly. It could happen this year, but I'm thinking it's more along the lines of next year. We'll see what happens. But thank you for the super chat, Afro Cat. Michael White, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Michael White writes, I say 6 wins because lack of creativity on defense, no situational awareness on offense, and a blind faith at the quarterback position. There's hope, but more chance of disappointments. Everything you said, factual. You didn't lie about one thing. You didn't make up or fabricate anything you said there. Everything you said speaks to the way that you feel, and you felt like 6 is it. I disagree vehemently, but all of the things that you stated are reasons why it won't be 6. 6 is too low. I already told you that. But that's the reason it could be 8. That's the reason it could be 9, and you still miss the postseason, because this team does have a lack of creativity on offense, but that was with less weapons and no quarterback to really distribute the football, right? That speaks to your blind faith in the quarterback position. It's not blind. We've seen him do it, but I need to see him do it here. I talk about this all the time. I don't care what you've done for other organizations. I just care about what you do here, which is why I'm willing to give Carson Wentz another, lease on life and say, hey, look, seen you do it in Philadelphia. Know you're capable. Saw some really good moments in Indy last year. Know you're capable. I need to see it here, though. And I need to see it consistently here in Washington. That's the problem for a lot of you, is that you go off of what a guy's done elsewhere and you just assume it's going to happen here, and then we never get that here. I need to see it first. I've been disappointed enough times over the years, whether it's Reuben Foster, and I really wasn't even disappointed in him because at that point I was already jaded by guys like Junior Gillette and what's the guy from Paul Richardson. I'd already been jaded by guys like that we had gotten from other teams, expecting a lot from, and got nothing, next to nothing from them here. So I was already jaded by, players like Antoine Randall and guys like that, Adam Archuleta, that we got from other teams, Jeremiah Trotter, guys like that and that was a different era. We were banking on guys that were past their prime and paying them for what they had already done instead of paying them for what they were going to do. We're not doing that. We're not in the business of overpaying for aging veterans anymore. That was eons ago. But that kind of hardened me, and I softened my stance a bit for Junior Gillette, for a Reuben Foster, potentially for a Paul Richardson. And I'm re-hardened now. I'm refocused. I'm dialed in. I'm locked in to the notion that, hey, this guy was good for XYZ team. He's going to be excellent for us. William Jackson III, I need to see it here. All right. Curtis Samuel, I need to see it here. I don't care what you did there. I need to see it here. So Trey Turner, Andrew Norwell, your last couple of stops weren't all that great, I need to see it here. You tell me that, John Matsko is the man and he's the offensive lineman god or the whisperer, if you will. Okay, show me. Show me better than you can tell me. So I get it. And I've always said lowered expectations is the easiest way to go. Set the bar low so that you won't be disappointed. That's effectively what you've done, is you've set the bar so low that it's going to be hard for you to be disappointed. Because you're like, hey, I thought we were going to win 6 games. We won 8. That's more than I thought. That's not how I'm approaching this season. Because I believe in Ron. I believe in Scott Turner. To a lesser degree, I still believe in Jack Del Rio. And I believe in this roster and what they've built. And I'm convincing myself of Carson Wentz. I still need to see it, though. But I do like what they've built here in Washington. And that's the first time I can say that in a long time. I like what they've built. It's young. It's fast. When is the last time we've had team speed? It's young, it's fast, and it's physical. Now we got to put it all together. We look like we might actually have a real deal kicker. I can't tell you the last time we had a kicker that can make a 57-yard field goal. Like, I never felt comfortable sending Dustin Hopkins on the field for 50 anything. Maybe 51, 52, but even if he had the distance, I felt like he was going to miss. We got a legit kicker that, if it's indoors, I don't mind sending him out there for a 55-yard. He might not make the son of a bitch, but I know 52, oh, that's wet. Through the net. Something's brewing here. I don't know what. You might take a sip and you might spit it out. Something's brewing here, though. This schedule, to me, gives me more confidence than I've had about a Washington team in a long time. Clearly, you can see that. But it's not just the schedule. Because we could have had this same schedule back in 2019. That roster was awful. We weren't going to win anything. So you can have the schedule, but if you don't have the horses, you don't have the players, you don't have the talent to go out and get the victories to take advantage of the schedule, then it really doesn't mean much now, does it? I actually think we have the talent to take advantage of a schedule that I deem to be soft. Now, how soft? We'll see. It may not be soft at all. And again, I've said this already. I'll continue to say this, and I'm going to continue to remind you, even though I've told you I've spiked the punch, I'm going to continue to tell you teams are looking at us like food. My guy Q-Bone already told you he's a Jags fan, and he's counting us as a victory week 1. I guarantee you Lions fans are doing the same in week 2, and Bears fans are doing the same in week number 6. And they should be, and they have every right to do that. I'm here to tell you it's time to change the narrative. Thank you, Michael White, for the super chat. All right. Got another super chat. Let's see. This one is from Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny, writes, I don't care. Let's mollywop this schedule with a cherry on top. I'm ready. I've been ready. Let's do it. Again, it's going to take a lot of things that we haven't done consistently right in the past. It's going to take a lot of those things for us to do right this season to maximize this schedule and the potential of this football team. But I think year three of Ron, the message has been sent. I think these players, a lot of them have been here, since the start of Ron. And I think now they know what the expectation is. They're more comfortable with Jack Del Rio. And I like listening to Jack. I told you that. Jack, he's a man of few words. He had a sit down with Julie Donaldson. All of them did. Scott Turner did. Ron Rivera did. And, Jack Del Rio did. And so if you haven't had a chance to check that out, you should, treat yourself to that, because they give you a little bit of insight as to what they were thinking about with this offseason and what they think the future holds for this team, especially Del Rio. He was like, look, I thought that the secondary was trash last year. He just pretty much said it. We didn't start coming together until the end of the season. He said, I thought us not having a full complement of guys in the secondary for these mini camps hurt us last year. And he was talking about, Bobby McCain coming on board late. And, I think there might have been, William Jackson III had a little bit of an injury last year in camp, if you recall. So he sat out a lot of the preseason and practice and stuff like that. So he's like, look, we didn't even have a full complement of guys here for the offseason work program. He said this is the first time, and he's not making an excuse because everyone dealt with COVID and restrictions. He's like, this is the first semi-normal offseason that we've had. And I think, and you remember last year, I don't know if you guys remember, but we had a lot of big plays that we gave up. And it felt like Greg Minuski all over again, where it was communication every week. But you kept hearing the guys say the same thing. It's communication. And when that communication got better, the back end got tighter. And we stopped giving up a lot of those big plays. And, the New Orleans game comes to mind where, we got them right where we want them, and you give up a 75-yard bomb, early in that ball game. You're like, what the F, man? This shit is ridiculous. It's a lot of bad communication, in the secondary last year. But it got better at the end of the season, and he thinks that this defense is ready to take off because the back end is ready to hold up as a tighter, unit in 2022. And I don't think he's wrong. It'd be great to get some pressure up front, but, it goes hand in hand. Coverage and pressure up front go hand in hand. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. I'm ready to change the narrative. Got a super chat here from Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, hit the damn like, y'all. Cherry, you heard what I said. So y'all heard the man. If you haven't hit the like button, go ahead and bless the kid and indulge me. Okay. Over 460 of you out there still. We've hit over 300. That's good, but we can do more. If there's 400 of you, then we can get to 400 likes. So if you haven't hit the like button and you enjoy it, if you don't like the content, then you don't have to hit the like button, clearly. But if you're here and you enjoy the content, hit the like button. If you haven't already subbed up, sub up. And if you haven't turned on that notification bell, do that as well. So, and I'll just remind you here as well. So, thank you for that public service announcement, Big Money Sonny. Duncan Wright, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Duncan Wright, writes, truthfully, you think you can beat us? Fly, Eagles, fly. I do. Now, it's not going to be a cakewalk by no means. Like, I don't expect us to destroy the Eagles 37-17. That's not what I'm saying. It might be 23-20 both times. But I think we can win against the Philadelphia Eagles. The second game, the one in Philadelphia, is going to be the toughest. I don't know what you're going to be at that point of the season. You could be playing at an all-time high. You could have won, 5 in a row, and you're playing exceptional ball by the time we see you in Week 10 for that matchup on Monday Night Football. Or you could be on a nosedive, struggling to find an identity, dealing with injuries. Anything could happen. Your season could be unraveling by the time we get to you in Week 10. Who's to say what happens? I can just tell you this. The Week 3 matchup is going to be intriguing on a number of different levels. I think that's a nice little litmus test for us because that's a good football team. The Eagles are a good football team. So I expect them to give us a run and push us, but I need us to pass that test. And if we can do that, I think that gives you the confidence to then go on the road and find a way to beat Dallas. I don't think it's going to happen, but you want to arm yourself with that kind of momentum heading into that game. So yes, I do think we can beat you. Sweeping you is a bit it may be a bit overzealous, I will admit, but it seems like with the Eagles in particular in Washington, it's all or nothing. It's rare that we split the season series with Philadelphia. It's either you're sweeping us or we're sweeping you. I don't know if there's an in-between. You know, I can't think of the last time you beat us once and we beat you once. It's usually, hey, we swept y'all last year. Or, yeah, we swept y'all last year. You got us last year. You swept us. The year before, we swept you, right? And so that's just kind of how this thing goes, man. I don't really know how it, why it does that. But that's what it seems to do, So maybe I'm trying to think 18 with Alex Smith was here. Nope, because that was the year when we played y'all for the first time on that Monday night when Colt McCoy broke his foot. And then I think the last game of the season was against y'all, and y'all shut us out like 17-0 or something like that. So, yeah, it's been sweeper be swept. And I just think that's how it's going to be again this year. And I think we're going to be the ones with the broom and the dustpan. But we'll see. Definitely could be wrong, but yeah, we can beat y'all. I do feel that way. Duncan, thank you for the super chat. My guy Alex, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Alex writes, you don't think Wentz cracks under the boos in Philadelphia? He may. Again, I talked about this earlier in the show. I don't know if you was here for that. You probably were. But I talked about being comfortable in uncomfortable situations. That's how you grow as a human being, right? It can't always be set up for success. You can't always be put in a position where everything falls in line for you, because you'll never understand what it takes to handle adversity and overcome it if you're always in a situation where everything's set up for you to. That's why when kids are born with the silver spoon in their mouth and they never have to work for anything, they don't know what it's like to go out and grind and go get it. And that's why, as a parent, when you are successful and you don't teach your kids work ethic, you're really crippling them, because they don't know what it's like to have to work for something themselves and go out and get it. And I think with Carson Wentz, he's grown as a quarterback over his career. And this is going to be a test for him. It's going to be uncomfortable. It might be uncomfortable for him at FedEx Field in week 3, because there will be plenty of Eagles fans in the stands. And if that game isn't going well, he's going to hear more of them than he'll hear of Commanders fans. So it's going to be uncomfortable for him in Indianapolis in week 7 or 8. It's going to be uncomfortable again for him. I think that's a week 8 game. It's going to be uncomfortable again for him in week 10 on the road at Philadelphia. If you crack under the pressure of those situations, then you're not the man for the job. Period. He's got to be in. Those are going to be uncomfortable situations. Find a way to be comfortable in those uncomfortable situations. Let's not act like the man has never been booed before in his career. He's been booed before. And he'll be booed many more times. This may be the loudest he's ever been booed. Okay? And people may say some mean and hurtful things. He's a grown-ass man. Deal with it. You want to shut him up? You do it on the field with your play. That's the best way. That's the antidote. We'll see what happens. I don't know if he'll crack under the pressure of the boos or not. But I'm dying to see. I want him to be in that environment, because I want to know what I've got. Because when I go in a playoff game in a hostile environment, I need to know who I'm riding with. I can't have a fragile-minded quarterback that's going to be shaken and rattled by a little bit of boos from the crowd and MF you this and you son of a bitch that. And I can't have him being rattled by that. And you'll have some low lives in the stands that'll be talking about his daughters and his wife. And, oh, yeah, you want to shut him up? Go out and ball. That's how you do that. So I need to know what I'm dealing with. As I've told you before, I need straight dogs, killers, trained killers. I'm not looking for anybody that has a problem going up and snatching a dude's esophagus out of his throat and crushing his windpipe. This ain't for the faint of heart. And we ain't here to make friends. We here to make enemies and shut those enemies up. So I don't know if he's going to crack under the pressure, but I'm dying to see. I want to see him in those environments. If he struggles against Indianapolis on the road, that might be a precursor to what's coming 2 weeks later against Philadelphia on a Monday night. If he goes to Indianapolis and cool, calm, and collected smokes their ass like a mother effing pack of cools, I'm like, oh yeah, he ready. He ready. Let's go to Philly. Don't want to overlook the week 9 opponent, Minnesota, but let's go to Philly. He's ready. We'll see. All right. Let's see where we are now. Duncan Wright, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Duncan, who writes, we got the #1 rush offense now, a beast in passing. You commodes, NorCal girls, I see beating us. Sorry, it's just what it is. Fly, Eagles, fly. So you don't think teams are going to be more prepared? There's more film. Like, you guys made an in-season switch to running the football. And I'm going to keep it a buck with you. There wasn't a ton of film out there as to what you guys were doing. And you got hot, and you played some opponents that were definitely some, as I like to say, active participants. Okay. They helped aid and abet your ascent to the #1 rushing team in the league. We were a part of that because you got us twice when we couldn't barely field the defense. At the end of the day, you got to the playoffs where good teams reside, and you look like you didn't belong. Okay? And they shut that running shit down, and they said, Jalen Hurts, go beat us, and he made a mess of himself. Like he always does. So I think you're going to see teams. And look, you got a really good offensive line. And when you decide to make a concerted effort to run the football, you're going to be able to run on a lot of teams. But there are going to be some teams that shut that shit down. And if we can be one of those teams, and we're capable of shutting that shit down, and if we can, and we do, and we say, hey, Hurts, go beat us, I don't think he can. And I think that's your downfall, and that's your flaw, is when teams say, hey, that running shit you like to do, that shit ain't working today. What else you got? You say, oh, you want to know what else I got? I got Jalen Hurts. And they say, oh, you got Jalen Hurts? And y'all go, not exactly. That's when shit gets real. When that #1 rush offense shit that y'all like to throw around, when that faucet gets turned completely off, that shit's barely dripping, and now you need Jalen Hurts to come out and sling it around the football field, that's when shit gets ugly. Like the Giants game last year on the road. Shit gets real when Jalen Hurts has to actually air it out. Anyway, we'll see. Teams have all the film they need. They're armed with everything that they need to shut that Eagles offense down from a rushing standpoint, or not necessarily shut it down. That's hard to do. You guys are a really good rush team, and you got a really good offensive line. Slow the shit down. That's all you got to do. Slow it down enough to where it isn't crippling you as a defense. Force Jalen Hurts to make some throws. And if he makes it, you tip your cap and say, hey, you got me. But you got to bank on the fact that he's going to miss a couple of those throws, and maybe 1 or 2 ends up in your hands. He's going to miss an opportunity on a deep ball with a dude wide open. And he's like, yeah. That's the assumption. And until he proves me wrong and consistently plays at a high level when the Eagles need him, I'm not moving off the spot. Let's see. All right. Got a super chat here from, all right. I don't want to skip any. I almost did just now. All right, yeah, that's what we at. My guy, Carlton Pagano Jackson, CPJ, in the house. In the house. What y'all know about that? In the house. Y'all don't know about that. Anyway, CPJ, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, Carlton Pagano Jackson. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB Rights. Shout out to the mob and our man, Rashid Fry, for graduating in May, Lou. Big ups. Gotta love that. Couple of cherries for Sonny and Condo P. Shout out to Rashid, man. I think he had talked about that, a while back. I don't want to get my people mixed up, but I think he was I want to say he was the law school guy. I could be wrong. But whatever the case may be, shout out to Rashid for, walk across that stage. May is a big month for a lot of you college students. This is graduating time if you're a spring graduate. So congratulations to all of the college graduates out there, and Rashid in particular. Congratulations once again. Thank you for the shout out. MOBB, you know what it is. Stand up. We in the building. You know what it is. CPJ, thank you for the love. Really do appreciate you. And he says, shout out to Big Money, Sonny, and Condo P as well. Let's see. Michael Bisluck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Michael, writes, longtime sub, born Bears fan, second favorite team, Washington fan since 11. Figured this was a good time to tell you. Might go to the game. I went in 16. Was that the I want to say that was the nah. I think Brandon Merriweather was before 16. Trying to think. I know we beat the Bears in 15, if I'm not mistaken. You know what? No, it was 16. That was the year we beat the Bears. We beat them up good too. In Chicago. It set the stage for that week 17 debacle versus the Giants, where the Giants had nothing to play for. We ultimately lost to them. But we beat them up good. I remember Jay Gruden's favorite running back got in the game and did some work at the end. I can't remember his damn name, man. But Washington fans used to always talk about him because Jay Gruden would always talk about him. He had a nice little run late in that ball game, but we beat up the Bears pretty good in that game. It was one of Gruden's better performances as a coach because, a lot of times we were sweating at the end of games trying to win. That one was decided already. We had won comfortably. So yeah, that was the one in 16. And I also remember one with Brandon Merriweather when I think he got called for helmet to helmet hit on like Brandon Marshall. That was in Washington though. I want to say we ended up losing that game. I want to say, I don't know, that might be too far back with Urlacher and the fake field goal and them scoring a touchdown and end up beating us. I think that's two different games, I think. But anyway, I digress. Good to talk to you, Michael. Good to hear from you. Look forward to hearing from you in the future. And I want to ask this question as a Bears fan. Do you see the week 6 game as a win? Do you view that as a game that the Bears should win? I'd like to hear your thoughts on that as well. Thank you for the super chat and look forward to chopping it up with you in the near future. Let's see. All right. Here we go. John Perez, my guy JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy JP writes, definitely eyeing that week 3 Philly game road trip. I mean, it sounds good. We get off to a 0-2, 1-1 start, and a lot of y'all out here talking about going to that game, the optimism dies. If we're 2-0, yeah, that sounds. Now, if you already purchased the tickets, then yeah, but the beauty of a game at FedEx is you don't have to purchase the tickets well in advance because it's not selling out. This isn't Green Bay. It's not the hardest, toughest ticket in town like it used to be back in the day when we won. You can wait up until the 23rd hour to get these tickets and still get some pretty solid seats. You might have to pay a little bit more than you would get them right now. Maybe you pay a little bit less depending on if somebody's trying to get out of the game because they don't want to go. Either way, it sounds good on May the 13th. I think we've passed midnight already. Yes, we have. To say you're going to go. And I'm not doubting that you're going to go, JP, and somebody else earlier. I think it was Big Money Sonny might have been was saying that they, looking for tickets, or HTTR for life. Somebody else was talking about looking for tickets early on. It was HTTR for life that was talking about looking for tickets. They have to win the first 2 weeks to keep the enthusiasm going. If they don't, then I think you could see a Philly takeover in week 3. I truly do believe that. There needs to be a bit of momentum built up. We need to be it'd be nice to be playing some good ball, like Jacksonville's 27-10, victory, and then we go on the road and beat Detroit 33-16. Like that would be a great start to the season, to where you feel like, okay, not only are we scoring points, but the defense is doing what we expect them to do. All right, let's see what we made of. This is the first real test of the season. Philadelphia at the crib. Who knows what the Eagles' record is and what their schedule looks like, but you'd like to see where you stack up. So I would love it if we could fill the stadium. And I told you, I don't like to do the stadium thing because I'm not there. I'm doing my part, though. My part is investing in you guys so that you can go, so that I can say, yeah, we need to fill up the stadium because I actually did my part. I might not be putting my ass in a seat, but I'm putting a couple of asses that are supposed to be Commanders fans in the seats. Now, you win the tickets, you can do whatever the hell you want with them. You can sell them. I can't tell you what to do with them. But the goal is to give you the tickets so you can go and root for the good guys and bring back the dub. But after they leave my hands and hit yours, I can't control what you do with them. So in any event, it'd be nice if you came down from Jersey and went to the game, JP. That would be great. More Washington fans in the stands equals a better chance for the good guys to be victorious. Randy Butler, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Randy B, writes, what's good, Lou? What's going on, Randy? Says, hope all is well. Just put 1,000 on us going over 7.5 wins. Oh, yeah. That's going to be a nice little return on the investment there. Shit, I might need to look into maybe putting a little something on that over, because in my mind, ain't no damn way in hell we don't finish with at least 8 wins. At least 8 wins. So, shit, I might have to look into doing that and seeing if I can't turn a little cool profit. And, that's a nice little investment, because that ain't money you going to see right away. That's end of the season money. You know what I'm saying? The only thing that would then do is it would put extra strain on each and every single one of these contests. And even if we stink at the end of the season, but we at 6-9 with, 2 games to go, you're like, I need both of these joints. You know what I'm saying? Shit gets real at the end of the season. You don't want to be in that position, but I might have to do that. That's not a bad look before that number goes up to 8. I like 7.5. If it goes to 8, then I'd have to back off. But 7.5, meaning we'd get to 8. That's something that I might have to look into. I think you might be on to something there, Randy. You might have given me an idea. I might need to put down a little bread on us hitting the over on that. So thank you for the super chat, Randy. Greatly appreciate you. So Condo P, you are nursing a ankle injury. Come on, girl. What you doing out there in these streets? Take care of yourself. Oh, man. Seriously, though, all jokes aside, speedy recovery. Get well soon and get back on your feet. 1/6 Devil Doc. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. 1/6 Devil Doc, who writes, floor 8 and 9, ceiling 12 and 5, in my opinion, still Washington. Again, that floor is probably more accurate than the floor that I depicted because, as you just said so eloquently, we are still Washington. No matter if it's football team, Commanders, Redskins, we're still Washington until otherwise notified, excuse me. And we can do Washington type things. So I probably should lower the floor to 8. I don't see it being any lower, though, than 8. And somebody else threw out 8 and 9 as their floor, and then I think 11 and 6 was their ceiling. I think 12 and 5 is my ceiling, and I think 8 and 9 probably should be my floor because I think 10 and 7 is a little bit too aggressive as a floor just because we haven't hit double-digit wins in eons. They have to prove it to me. And I know we're fully capable of blowing 2 or 3 games and we have no business losing and have that be the difference between 11 wins and 8 wins. So I think your floor and ceiling are spot on. I think that's probably what I should alter and adjust mine to. I'm not changing my ceiling. I think 12 and 5 is the ceiling, but I do think the floor is probably a little bit lower than 10 and 7. In my fantasy world, 10 and 7 is the floor. Because this is a double-digit schedule. You're saying double-digit win schedule, but I need to recognize that we're still Washington at the end of the day. So I think you're right. I think your floor is more accurate than mine. Thank you for the super chat. 1/6 Devil Doc. Duh, great. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Duh, great. Writes, what's happening, Lou? What's good with you? Says, appreciate the phenomenal work, my guy. I am with the 12 and 5. Definitely like the roster and the draft. The time is now. I agree. No time like the present. And we've built up to this moment, right? Like the quarterback was holding us back, which is why Ron was so aggressive in going after it this offseason. Again, we don't know if that's going to pay off dividends or not. The assumption that I'm going to make and I'm willing to make is that it will, because again, I've said this already and I mean this. And it may not mean much because we haven't had the best play at the position over the last, 6 years or so, but he's the best quarterback we've seen since 2016, Kirk Cousins. So for whatever that means, for whatever weight that holds with some of you out there, for some of you, you could give a shit about 2016 Kirk Cousins, but we should have made the playoffs again that season. He was outstanding in 2016, just like he was in 15. I think that gives us a fighting chance. So with the roster the way it is, especially offensively, I haven't seen this much talent on offense, maybe ever, but again, you got to go back to Gibbs 1.0, to see the level of talent that we have offensively. And we've had some talented football teams. You think about 1999, Brad Johnson throws for over 4,000 yards. Stephen Davis rushes for over 1,400 yards. Yeah, Albert Connell with 1,000 yards receiving. Michael Westbrook with 1,000 yards receiving. We had Jamie Asher and Steven Anderson at tight end. That was a talented football team. Larry Centers at running back as well. That was a really talented football team offensively. But this is better than that, right? If everybody plays to their full potential, this is way better than that. So I too like the roster and I like the draft. I don't love the draft yet. I like the draft a lot. And we'll see if, what we've been building towards finally reaches a crescendo, and now we can break through this glass ceiling that has been keeping us down for so long, and really start to make some power moves within not only this division, but within the conference as well. All right, let's see where we are. We are right here. Michael White, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Michael White, writes, when I see the schedule, I see things that kill us. Great running teams, great pass rush, creative coordinators. You see soft, I see dangerous. Not all of them are soft. And first of all, the no individual team is soft. The collection of these teams makes this schedule doable and soft. You know, Houston by themselves isn't soft. Jacksonville by themselves isn't soft. Detroit by themselves isn't soft. Chicago by themselves isn't soft. When you put them all on one schedule, that's favorable. You have to admit. Again, if Green Bay, and again, I don't want to compare us to Tampa Bay or Green Bay or Kansas City or any team with an elite thrower of the football, because that's not what we have here in Washington. But if they had a schedule like this, they wouldn't settle for anything less than 14-3. That's how this schedule kind of measures up. And look, I'm not here to tell you that Jacksonville is going to catch lightning in a bottle or Detroit. Those teams were awful. That's the number 1 pick in the draft last year. The number 2 pick is the following week. And the Bears were a top 10 pick. But they traded that away. But the Bears were a top 10 pick. The Houston Texans were the 3rd pick. We've got the number 1, number 2, number 3 picks on our schedule. And the Giants were the number 5 pick. And the Bears, if I'm not mistaken, who'd they give their first round pick to? Was it the Giants? I'm trying to think of who the Bears gave their first rounder away to. I can't recall who they gave their first. But we got the first 3. We got the first 4 out of 5 picks on our schedule. And the Giants twice. Again, I don't know what they're going to be. But I said all that to say this. I don't care how you measure it up. Those teams, even if they're much improved, they're still not great football teams. And so you say, dominant run teams, that could be problematic. Sure. Tennessee, Indianapolis, Cleveland, all could be. And I had us losing 2 out of those 3 games, mind you. Okay. Had us losing 2 out of those 3 games. So I concur that playing against teams that, may potentially give us matchup problems in the rushing department, teams that may be able to get after the quarterback, these could be matchups that, prove to be somewhat daunting and maybe hard for us to overcome. But I see it totally different with what we can put on the field now and how much different this roster looks with the talent that we've added and the guys we're getting back. I just feel like they have to contend with us too. Not just us dealing with them. They got to deal with us too. So we'll see how it goes. Thank you for the super chat, Michael White. You don't got to defend yourself anymore. You said 6. You've given reasons, all valid. Okay. I'm not here to tell you you're crazy. I just don't agree with you. I told you if you would have put that number at 8, you would have had a fighting chance. You don't stand a chance at 6. Because even if we're terrible and the bottom falls out of the season, I still think it's 7. Because that's what happened last year. The bottom fell out of the season with a much tougher schedule. You can't have a worse end to the season minus the Giants game week 17 or 18. You can't have a worse finish to the season than we did with COVID and injuries. We got the floor mopped with us 4 straight weeks between Dallas twice and the Eagles. They didn't mop the floor with us the second time, but they beat us again. You go from winning 4 straight to losing 4 straight. You can't really finish any worse than we did. The bottom fell out of our season, and we still went 7-10. against much tougher competition with lesser talent. I just don't see how we replicate that with more talent in a worse schedule. Because I don't care how improved Jacksonville, Detroit, Houston, Chicago, Atlanta, Minnesota all are. They're not Brady. They're not Herbert. They're not Mahomes. They're not Rodgers. They're not Wilson. They're not Carr. That's not who we're facing this year. So that's the only, but you don't have to continue to defend yourself. You've made valid points. I just think you set the number slightly too low. 6 is too low. So thank you for the super chat, Michael White. Big Money Sonny, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, in regards to Discord, Lou, you let the fan base run it with proper moderation. Toss a vote out there at some point. You'll see. We'll have to figure it out. I think there's a groundswell for Discord, and I think it's a fantastic idea. Again, I told you, and I told you guys, I let the cat out of the bag, that I was working on Discord when I was reshaping and repackaging the mob. Discord was supposed to be a part of that because I wanted to keep that community feel going like we had on the Flick app, and it just fell through. I couldn't get it. I was struggling. I spent like 3 different days, probably like 2-3 hours a piece each day messing around with it. And I was just confused as to how it would work. You know, what does this do? What does that do? And like I said, there's this groundswell for it now. Maybe I'll go back to it and, kind of figure it out, because that's definitely something that you guys want to do. And I honestly want to do myself. So we'll see what happens. Let's see. All right. Let's make sure we didn't skip over. All right. Yep. Here we are. Got a super chat here from Chilled Dude. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy. Chilled Dude writes, looking at every team like food, I'm crazy. I said this at the top of the show when we went through the schedule, and I was talking semi-reckless, and I don't care. I'm not backing down from anything I said tonight. I told you I was going to spike the punch, but I've stated this already. There's not a single game on the schedule that I look at and say we can't win that game. There are some games that are tougher than others. I will admit Tennessee is not going to be a pushover, but that's a winnable football game. The Green Bay Packers are not going to be a pushover, but both of those games are at home and very winnable. The Cleveland Browns, if you ask me what's the toughest game on the schedule, if they're good, which I find it hard to believe that they're not good with Deshaun Watson, if he's in a rhythm and they figure it out with that run game and the weapons that they have offensively now with the addition of Amari Cooper and all those tight ends that they have, and the backs, it could get ugly out there, with Myles Garrett, and then they added a interior rusher that I think will complement him well, that they really needed to add to the mix. With all the guys that they've drafted over the years defensively, JOK and Denzel Ward, and the kid they drafted last year from Northwestern, Greg, I can't think of his name, but it's Greg something. They got talent, man. I think the Browns game could easily be the toughest game. Now, I don't know what the Browns are going to be week 17. They could be really good. They could be really bad. They could have had injuries. Watson could get suspended for the entire year. It won't happen, but anything could happen. But that could be a really tough one. If they're good, that to me could be the toughest game on the schedule. But even with that said, I don't feel any more uncomfortable about that game than I do Green Bay or Tennessee, who all happen to be at home, including that Cleveland game, all at home. like last year going to Buffalo, I told you that was a kamikaze mission. There was no way in hell we were coming out of there with a win. We just weren't. Like, there's not one game on the schedule that looks like that, like daunting as a task. Like, oh my God, we got to go to the Buffalo and win. Nothing on this schedule looks like Mahomes, and that was at home. Nothing looks like Mahomes. Nothing looks like Brady, and we beat them. But nothing looks like that on the schedule this year. So at Green Bay last year, at Lambeau, are you crazy? Like that's not on the schedule this year. So everybody looks like food, but certain teams look like a more delectable option. Okay, there are others where you're like, hey, we gonna actually have to catch their ass, tie them down, tranquilize, and then we're gonna have to go to work. Some of them, some of these teams, you might be able to catch them slipping and bag them up quick and cook them, and it's over. Some of these teams, you like, yo, this gonna be a hard catch and a hell of a meal in terms of prep and cooking in the kitchen. You have to do a whale of a job to pull this one off. So everybody may look like food, but all meals are not created equal. Keep that in mind. Johnny Boy 26, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Johnny Boy 26 writes, we have the type of offense where Carson go off, have 350 yards and 4 touchdowns one week, and have Robinson and Gibson go off for 250 another week. Going to be fun. Do we have the offensive line? Do we have the mentality to be able to rush for 250 yards on anyone collectively as a group? That'll be the question. Are we prepared to put another team's dick in the dirt when we see that they can't stop the run? At times we've done that. But I don't know if that's something we could consistently hang our hat on. But I do like the versatility there, to your point. One week it could be Carson going off, and the next week it could be the run game. I like the idea of that. I need to see it in order for me to believe that that's something that could actually happen. The idea, the concept is novel, but I need to see it in order for me to think that that's something that could come to fruition. All right. Let's see. All right, got a super chat there. Got a super chat there. Make sure I didn't skip over any. Don't think I did. I did not. All right, so let's get to our next super chat, and this one is from John Greaves III. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. JG3 writes, great video, Lou. Thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you for chopping it up with the kid and hanging tough. We are 4 hours in. Again, time flies when you're having fun. He says, as a Washington fan since 1981 who now lives outside the DMV, I appreciate seeing quality analysis of my favorite team, especially since I work third shift. Yeah, it can get really rough, but I got you. Always. Like Pebbles. Always, boy. I got you. Ain't no need to fret. No need to fear. Your man Louie T is here. So glad I could provide you with a little something for that third shift flavor that you got. You know what I'm saying? Because it ain't nothing like that third shift, that graveyard shift flavor. That's different. That hits different. And it ain't something that you ever get used to. Okay. You may talk yourself into, oh, I'm straight. Your body is like, bro, we should be asleep right now. So if I can be a pick-me-up, or if I can make the time go faster, if I can provide you with that content that you're longing for because you're no longer in the DMV, I'm hoping that I can help satisfy some of those things that you are craving for. So I appreciate the kind words, and I thank you for your support, John Greaves III, a.k.a. JG3. Appreciate you. Thank you for the super chat. Let's see. John Greaves III, my guy JG3. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, historically, hasn't Wentz been fine with opposing fans who hate him? thought he only had issues when he thought his own team didn't have his back. Question mark. I mean, that's kind of what the narrative has been, is that he's been fine. Like, you telling me he hasn't gone to NFL stadiums where teams, abhorred him and, hope that he failed and his team failed and he overcame that with good play? The man was almost an MVP in 2017. Don't tell me every game was a home game, because it wasn't. Like, I think I think there is, and I'm somewhat guilty of falling for the banana in the tailpipe. I think there is this misconception and misnomer that Carson Wentz is mentally fragile and weak. I felt that way because of everything I've been told. I've watched him, and the way he handled everything in Philadelphia wasn't great, and he admitted that. And it takes a real man to admit when he's wrong. And when you're younger and things don't go your way, and you've had things go your way the way that they did for him at North Dakota State and early in his career in Philadelphia, that adversity hits and you handle it the best way you know how. And it wasn't in a great manner for him. But that's what I'm talking about. Being in uncomfortable situations. You don't think being benched for Jalen Hurts was uncomfortable? That was uncomfortable. He did not handle it well. But you know what he did? He grew. That's how you grow, is becoming comfortable in uncomfortable situations. If you're always in a comfortable state, you're not going to grow the way that you need to. So I think that helped his growth and maturation. So when he went to Indy, he was, I think, a better football player because of it, on and off the field, as a teammate. That's why you heard nothing but good things, and you continue to hear nothing but good things from his teammates in Indy, because I think he grew as a teammate. He wasn't that guy in Philadelphia. It wasn't unanimous love for him. I didn't hear one guy badmouth him in that Indy locker room. And I'm not saying that there weren't a couple of guys that weren't feeling him, but I haven't heard anything from them. All I've heard are guys that were leaders on that team, prominent players, all wish him nothing but the best because he was an awesome teammate. And I watched Hard Knocks, and he looked like nothing but a true exemplary teammate and a guy that you want to go to war with. So I think the narrative of him being weak-minded and fragile mentally, I think it's overdone. There may be a little bit there, because I think Ron understood that he was dealing with a delicate flower. He's like, hey, you're loved. We want you here. How's it feel to be wanted? Like, he needed to hear that. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with that. When you're working at a job, I tell people this all the time. You want to get the most out of your employees? Just compliment them every once in a while. Let them know they're appreciated. Bring them breakfast one morning, some donuts. You know how little things like telling John he's doing a great job, really appreciate. You know how far that goes? Other than just cracking the whip all the time and being demanding. You know what? Just telling somebody you appreciate them, how far that goes. So it's nothing wrong with telling Carson Wentz as soon as he got off out of the car, out of the vehicle that landed him at the facility. How's it feel to be wanted? We wanted you. How's it feel to be wanted? Because everybody wants to be wanted. Everybody wants to be wanted. So I think you might be onto something. I don't think it's, opposing fans. And look, what he's going to get in Philadelphia will be unlike anything he's ever experienced. Okay. Nothing will compare to what he gets in Philadelphia. They will be saying some very mean things, not just about him, about his daughters, about his wife. He's going to have to really clear and block out the noise, because it's going to be loud. It's going to be rabid. They're going to be off their rocker, and they're going to be belligerent, downright dirty and nasty. And you know it. We talk about how nasty that Eagles fan base can be. So they're not sparing any expense to go out of their way to really make this man feel as uncomfortable as humanly possible. So we'll see what happens. Thank you for the super chat. Duncan Wright, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy Duncan writes, Can't wait to play Washington. Let's do it. Go Eagles. I can't wait either. Bart Scott. Can't wait. I told you I wanted it week 1, but you know what? I prefer week 1 Jacksonville and week 2 Detroit, actually. I actually applaud the schedule makers for not listening to me and giving me what I thought I wanted. No, this is what I really, truly wanted, was a chance. And I think I said that either on that Super Friends stream or shortly thereafter that I would prefer Jacksonville or Detroit or someone like that to get us off the schneid early, or at least a chance. Nothing's guaranteed. Just a chance. And those teams give you a better chance than playing Green Bay or Philadelphia or Indianapolis or Cleveland week 1. So I like our chances. Can't wait to see y'all in week 3, though, for sure. All right. Super chat here from David Hardy. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy, David Hardy. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, what's your surprise cut this upcoming season? Mine is Taylor Heineke, Patterson, Sammys Reyes, and Dax Milne. First of all, they're not cutting Taylor Heineke. No way, no how. They're carrying 3 quarterbacks. Patterson, I could see him getting cut. That wouldn't be a surprise to me because they had 3 backs last year. I see them carrying 3 backs this year, and I see him being a practice squad guy unless somebody else, is enamored with him and wants to sign him. I see him being on our practice squad, not going too far. Sammys Reyes, I expect him to not make the team. He didn't make it last year. I don't think he's going to make it this year. But again, I expect him to be on the practice squad and be right there. If in the event that we need him and break in case of an emergency, I expect him to be there. And Dax Milne is interesting because the assumption was he was being groomed last year by Adam Humphries. Now Adam is gone and Milne was supposed to take over, yet they go out and they go sign Alex Erickson. That's 6 receivers with Erickson, with Milne on the outside looking in. So I think much like last year when one of the hottest and heaviest competitions was at wide receiver, I think that's going to be the case again this year. So I think of all of the names you mentioned, Milne would be the most surprising, but it's not a surprise. But the way they talked him up last year and into the offseason this year, you thought, okay, this is a guy that they're really excited about. But Alex Erickson is a kickoff and punt returner, which we don't currently have. He would fill that void much like DeAndre Carter did for us last year. So he may be one of those guys that ultimately turns into a lock. I'm not saying he will be, but it'll be interesting to see, like when we get into the preseason, when we get into training camp, the beat reporters will tell us who's back there fielding punts. But when we get to the preseason, that'll tell the story. If the first preseason game, in the first couple cracks at it, it's Alex Erickson, and we know that's what it was with DeAndre Carter last year, and we got a feel for, okay, this guy's going to make the football team. So we will see. Abner Duran, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you, my guy Ab, my man from Mexico. Right. First of all, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, my man Lou. What up, Ab? Late as always. Well then, we already have the wins and the wears. Now we got to see who's who. My best wishes for you and your family. Likewise, Ab. And that's the beauty of the schedule. We already knew who we were playing. All right. We knew where we were playing them. We just didn't know when. Right. Now we know when. That was the biggest key. Is we knew who the home opponents and road opponents were for the upcoming season. We knew who the opponents were going to be. We just didn't know how they were going to be sequenced. Now we do. And now, like Jacksonville and Detroit in weeks 16 and 17 don't have the same impact as Jacksonville week 1 and 2. Because you could already stink by the time you get to week 16 and 17, to where those games don't matter. I'd rather you give me those early and have me, again, money in the bank. Money in the bank. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, HTTR for life, was writes, I was just messing with you with the 130 and 0. I had no clue. I was lost and I was thinking hard too. I told you I'm a practical guy. Everything has to make sense. So I'm like, man, is he trying to tell me something about some odds? Or I'm like, that's not how they, that's not how you write odds. Like, he's not talking about odds. What's 130 and 0? What's 49, 1 and 49? What's 0 and 50? I'm like over here really thinking hard. And I was thinking about nothing. Anyway, I digress. Ishmael Benitez, my guy IB, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. IB writes, what's good, Lou? What's going on, Ishmael? He says, love the fact Wentz gets the Jags early. He probably is sick and tired of that game being brought up. Yeah. So what he doesn't need to do is put any undue pressure on himself to go out there and smoke those boys. Just go out there and play the game. Let the game come to you. Make plays that are there. And let's collectively take the Jaguars out to the woodshed, right? But, yeah, he's heard about that game, probably that single game, more so than any other single game in his career. So he's probably tired of hearing about it. And that may be a little bit, as my guy Derek B brought up, a bit of a revenge game for him, one that he would like to not only forget about, but, get off to a good start in his new location by taking out a team that might have cost him in his last location. So, for sure. Let's see. The Mike Show. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. The Mike Show writes, what's up, Lou? What's up, Mike? Says, what happened during the Mike Donovan era and the Jay Campbell era? I'm 22 and never saw the great years of Washington. And oh, yeah, sprinkle me. Sprinkle me, bitch. Sprinkle me. So the Mike Donovan era was brief because Mike never wanted Donovan. That was a Daniel Snyder facilitated trade. They traded for a Donovan McNabb that was washed. Clearly, he was washed, or Andy Reid would not have traded him in the division. And the season actually didn't start off too poorly. McNabb came in. They had it was funny listening to Chris Cooley talk about it. They had 7 plays they ran because that's all Donovan could really, digest at the time. And they ran the hell out of them the first 2 weeks. Then they got off to a really good start. And then I think it all kind of started to unravel against the Texans. Donovan played his ass off in that game, and we scored 35 points. But the Texans scored 41. We lost to them in overtime in a game we had no business losing. Arian Foster went off. They made a bunch of big plays. And it was the first time, not the last, that we started to kill Jim Haslett for being over aggressive as a defensive coordinator. He blitzed the Texans. They had Matt Schaub at quarterback, and he shredded us. And we all ended up losing that game. And then I think it started to hit a bit of a downturn after that. I think we did beat Philadelphia his first game back to Philly. That was a big one for him. He wanted to get that, and we got it. But outside of that, there weren't many, big milestone wins. Then the whole cardiovascular situation happened in Detroit when we lost to the Lions. When he put in Rex Grossman, who, that's funny that Donovan's not in the best cardiovascular shape, but Rex Grossman is the poster boy for, the Doughboy, the Pillsbury Doughboy. Are you serious? It was just, things got weird. Things got weird and a little bit off the rails. And that was never going to work because they didn't want him. And so that was a 1-year experiment. They traded him the next year to Minnesota, which netted us the draft pick that turned into Alfred Morris, believe it or not. So anyway, I digress. That was a disaster. Donovan McNabb experiment. And that led us to the offseason of John Beck versus Rex Grossman. That's another day show and another discussion for another day. As far as J Cam is concerned, Joe Gibbs saw him as the perfect quarterback for his, old school, heavy play action, fake, heavy counter tray offense that he felt like the league had passed by when he came back. He had it that first year, and he traded up for J Cam, if you guys recall. Traded back up into the first round to take Jason Campbell, and it happened to pick after the Packers took Aaron Rodgers, if I'm not mistaken. But they got their guy. He, big arm, somewhat mobile, not really all that mobile, but mobile enough to get out on those boots and things of that nature. And Joe thought he would be the perfect play action fake quarterback. And he had his moments, but Jason Campbell was just really inconsistent. More of a game manager, a caretaker. I would get excited when he would push it down the field because it didn't happen often enough. Good guy, but never really, took this team to the levels and heights that you look for from a first round quarterback. So anyway, yeah, I mean, there's so many more stories we could tell, but again, another discussion for another day. Thank you for the super chat, The Mike Show. All right. Let's see where we're at. All right. So here we are right here. HC, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. HC says, Carson going to do good things for y'all. I'm an Eagles fan. I hope so. There have been a few of you guys that have come out and said, hey, Carson going to be just fine. Trust me, you're going to love what you're getting. But most of the Eagles fans, they deep down inside don't want to see him do well because that would sting. It would hurt to know that we gave this dude away and he's out here balling. And we stuck with, Jalen Hurts or needing to do something at the quarterback position. That situation, it just is weird how it all just unfolded in Philadelphia and how you go from giving this man an extension maybe a year sooner than you had to because you thought you had the guy to then, 2 years later, like, we got to get out of this thing and trade him at any cost. And we're willing to eat the most dead cap in NFL history at the time when that deal was made. It's just mind-boggling how quickly things escalated in Philadelphia, but they did. But that doesn't take away from the talent that Carson Wentz possesses. And so I appreciate hearing that from an Eagles fan. Even if it doesn't turn out to be true, just the acknowledgement that this guy can play ball, that's all we're looking for. Like, we're not saying he's going to scorch the earth and set it on fire and destroy the league, but we know he's capable of making some things happen. So we'll see if he can do that. Thank you for the super chat, HC. Luck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy Luck writes, my tickets tab just updated on the Washington app. All those tickets just sitting there. I can't wait. I'm loving this season already. I told you that the tickets are going to be available. I don't think that anything has changed because the name is now Commanders. You know what will change a lot of things, which is why I'm going to get season tickets, because I want to get out in front of this thing because I think this could be a big season, is winning. And you start winning and people come out of the woodworks. The people that told you they were gone for good and they're never coming back, all of those people come back when you start winning. Everyone likes to be a part of a winner. It's easy to quit when you're losing. All right. It's hard to stay away when you're winning. So a lot of those people that vowed they were done, that they were never coming back, start winning. Start having fun while you're winning and see how hard it becomes for those people to then stay away. We'll see. HTTR for life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, HTTR for life, writes, I'd volunteer to be a mod for Discord. I don't think it'd be a problem getting, you guys to be mods. I think a number of you are interested in doing it, and I really do appreciate that. I just think getting it off the ground is the hardest thing. Once we get it going and, get everybody, on board and everybody into the group, I don't think it'll be that hard, but I think getting it up and started and me, building it from scratch is the thing that I struggle with the most. But because With the Flick app, I was really only there for game days. I would peek in every now and again, maybe throw up a trivia question every now and again, but I wasn't. You guys were really, the ones that were driving that app. I was only there on game days, really. So, I don't think the problem would be getting mods and getting people to participate. I just think getting it off the ground. I mean, I'm building this thing myself. That's the thing that would be, a bit tricky for me, but not impossible. I don't want to make it seem like it's impossible because it's not. I just would have to really dig in and have to understand certain things that were a little mind-boggling to me. So that's good to know, HTTR for life. If, in fact, we do go the Discord route, it's good to know that there are several of you out there that be willing to be mods for that. That'd be great. Luck, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. My guy Luck writes, it's all good, Wentz. I'll be in Philly with you. Let me know if you need help in the parking lot. Hey, it ain't nothing wrong with a little bit of muscle in Philly. If there's any place where Luck, your services and talents would be needed, it'd be in Philadelphia. The problem is there's a lot of them and not enough of you. Okay. But if there's anywhere where some of your muscle would be welcomed, it'd be in Philadelphia. All right. Let's see. All right. Got a super chat here from my guy, Ab. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Abner Duran, my guy, my man from Mexico. Thank you for the super chat and doubling up. Ab writes, Lou, I really hope what's between Wentz's ears and our roster's health are strong enough to help us win 9+ games. Also want to pay my respects to Mr. Blade Black, who recently helped a gorgeous couple of diamonds out. Congrats. Blade Black is my guy. And he definitely helped, help me pull out some gems. So Blade Black is the man. I need some more from Blade Black. I need some more gems and diamonds to be unearthed via Blade Black getting into some stuff. But I appreciate you supporting, both endeavors, Ab. And between Wentz's ears is key. I've talked about between his ears. I think some of that has been overblown, but there is some validity to it. It's his job, and I told you this is going to be my phrase for the upcoming season. It's his job to change the narrative. Okay, everybody thinks that you're mentally weak and mentally fragile and that you can be frazzled easily. Alex was here talking about, you don't think Carson is going to be affected by the boos? If he's affected, and it's not going to be normal boos. They're going to be low down and dirty in Philadelphia. He has to expect that. If he thinks anything else other than the worst environment he's ever had to play in is coming, then he is sadly mistaken and he's naive. He has to know that this is going to be one of the most toxic environments he's had to play a football game in, and he needs to find a way to rise above it. That said, change the narrative. Everyone thinks that you're not mentally strong enough to handle what's coming down the pipeline. Change the narrative. Can we do that? We'll see. Absolutely, Carson's play coupled with the health of this football team will go a long way in determining what the number looks like in the left-hand column versus the right-hand column. Thank you for the super chat and doubling up, Abner Duran. Let's see. HC, stand up. You are officially the newest member of the MOBB. Greatly appreciate you. I love it even more knowing that you're an Eagles fan and that you decided anyway to join the Mob Squad. Greatly appreciate you, Mob. Yeah, he's an Eagles fan, but clearly he is a guy with some sense. And I welcome fans of all fan bases to join the Mob Squad. So you know what to do. Show some love to HC. Welcome him with open arms. HC, welcome to the squad. Nothing like having your friend, your enemies close. Keep your friends close and your enemies even closer. So it's good to have HC in the building. Appreciate you. Let's see. All right. Last super chat is from Big Money Sonny. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Big Money Sonny writes, change the damn narrative and cherry. I don't know about the cherry part, but change the narrative. That's going to be one of my sayings this year, and it's going to be the theme of this team this season. Change the narrative. There's a lot of things out there circulating about individual players, Chase Young, Carson Wentz, Antonio Gibson. There's a lot of stuff. Curtis Samuel can't stay healthy. He's now injury prone after just 1 year. Change the narrative. We haven't won 10 games since 2012. Change the narrative. We haven't won more than 10 games since 1991. Change the narrative. We haven't won a playoff game since 2005. Change the narrative. We haven't been a great team like 6-1, 7-2, 8-3, 9-4, 9-3. When's the last time we've done that? We're always chasing from behind. When we win 10 games, when we win 9 games, it's because we went on a 5 or 6 game heater to end the season. When's the last time we've been 7-2 when we're playing a big game on a Monday night against Philadelphia on the road? 7-2 Washington versus 8-1 Philadelphia for the right to call themselves the leader in the clubhouse in the all of a sudden tough, rough, and rugged NFC East. When's the last time that was a thing? Change the narrative. We've got a chance to do that this year. This schedule gives you a chance to do that. This roster gives you a chance. This coaching staff, believe it or not, I know a lot of you don't believe in every single one of the coaches on the staff, but this is a good staff. Contrary to popular belief, change the narrative. Change the narrative. So, anyway, I digress. Leno Ryan Benvenite. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, LRB writes, sup, Lou? Says, exciting time of hope as a fan looking at the schedule. Going to try and cross the Pacific and represent at San Francisco in December. Christmas dub? Nothing would make me smile more than a Christmas dub. It's the most wonderful time of the year. Would love to get a dub. And that game might mean something. Who knows where we are in our season and where we are in the NFC conference. I hate when I do that. Where we are in the NFC, or where we are in the division. That might be a big game at that point of the season. So yeah, I'm looking forward to that, and that'd be great if you could go support. And there'll be some Washington fans in the stands. That's one thing about our fans. I say we travel. We're not taking over stadiums like Green Bay or Pittsburgh Steelers fans, but we travel. We usually have a nice little contingent everywhere that we go, and it'd be nice to have another Washington fan in the stands in San Francisco. So that is the final super chat. Greatly appreciate each and every single one of y'all for chopping it up with me. Almost 5 hours. Wow. It's after 2 o'clock, almost 2:30 here on the East Coast. I appreciate a lot of y'all rocking with me. Some of y'all are on the left coast that are hanging tough. I don't care where you are. If you're putting in the hours, if you're putting in the work and you're here still supporting the content, I really, truly do appreciate you. For those of you on playback, I appreciate you as well. Not everybody has the ability to stay up late during the live streams, but that's why the playback is available, and you guys matter just as much. So thank you for your support as well. With that said, I am going to glide to the side and allow you guys to enjoy the rest of your evening. I am a Washington fan, etched in burgundy and gold. My Washington spirit will never die. Washington spirit will never fold. Until we meet again, post up and take command. I got another super chat here on the way out from Dejan Bell. Mavericks 2022 NBA champs. I don't see that happening, especially if they win. Now, that the Mavericks, I will say, would be a bad matchup for Memphis. I hate playing the Mavericks. They're one of the teams that we struggle with. But if we get past Golden State, I could see the Mavericks, making it to the finals. But I don't see them going to Phoenix and winning Game 7. And I think Golden State's probably going to beat us in Game 6. And if they do, the Mavericks aren't beating Golden State. So I said all that to say this. Luka just won his first series of his career, just like Ja Morant just won his first series of his career. And that's a great milestone. And to push the Suns, who are the number 1 seed, to 7 games, that's a great accomplishment. I don't think they're better than the Suns. I don't think they go to Phoenix and win. They haven't won there yet. And they say a series doesn't start until a road team wins a game. The Suns don't have to do anything but win. When you're the number 1 seed, you don't have to do anything but take care of home. They've done that in this series, and I think they're going to continue to do that. But Game 7s are tricky. You never want to get into a Game 7 because anything can happen. I don't think they're going to win, and they're not better than the rest of the field. I don't think they're the best team in the West that's left. And if they made it to the NBA Finals, I don't think they're better than a number of teams out east. But anyway, I digress. That's going to do it for me, your man, Louie T. You guys enjoy the rest of your evening. Take care. God bless and good night. Thanks for joining me. Truly do appreciate you guys.
LouieTeeNetwork.